Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana, ejemeje, anamana, wanamejemo, anamu. Para tuba jodiri chukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimmawu egummawu ego. Para tuba jodiri chukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimmawu egummawu ego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo, yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. Nuba say ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo ya bani si akuna nyego bumkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna toga bu.
Akwala jimo to yuramada, aluwoda jumaro peda. Manya babika yaro madan, lafi president to kuja ban. Akwala we akuramada, aluwoda jumaro peda. Moria babika yaro madan, dugbenu lo magbebi asiko amatan. Olúwa dákun jọ̀ọ́ gbẹ́bẹ̀ mi, benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi. Ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà. Bíbẹ̀ kọ́ agbalamba bí olúwa bọ́nà. Báríkà ya Rasulullah, máàkì mi, pàdé lọ kí jù máa jù. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà ìlàlà. Báríkà ya Rasulullah, máàkì mi, lọ kí jù máa jù. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà ìlàlà. Àwẹ̀ tán ojú tajọ̀sán, Ọlọ́run ló mọye ládá 30 bag. Nothing should tamper with my ego. Èmi mo lẹ̀sìn mi sẹ́ mo lè fi brag. Ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run tóbi, Allahu Akbar. Ẹyọ̀ ń bá nábì, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Olúwa ló ń ṣọ́ wa, àwa ò ní ìdí ajá. Tí Fọlárìn bá mú bí ìtàyà bí ti ajá. Torí ìdí gan lébè wọ́n fẹ́yìn bí ìjì àwa. Fùrọ̀ tí ò bá ti tóbi tó fùrọ̀ ìfánà, kò lè fíríkì àwa. Kò dẹ̀ lè fíìtì àwa. Tinúkẹ́ńdó pìtì, ó ń gbé màlúmi tìwotìwo ló dìndín. Irú àyẹn níbo ló ti rí, ta ló tún fẹ́ fi jọ òbí tó bí ni. Wọ́n ló ń dó yátì, bó ń dó ṣéke, bó ṣe ń jó disco ló ń jó rékè. Fún anábà jẹ́ ká patronize ẹ̀, sọ̀rọ̀ owó ká mọ price.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
CVM na your papa. Aka, Ika of stealing. Ole, Marua, Onyara, Onyoshi, Omila, Smellos, Orono, Body Odo, Matodo, Marua, Keke, Ubanka, Kutuma Boro Banka, Tuawo, Bully, Pastor. Why you slap the pastor? Yogi do, you bully him. Shout out to all my niggas. Ratters, now we get social media. Shew, Big Bed Putty, Coco Big Baby Trapaye, German, Machiavelli, Akala Niger, Uris, Osaze, Bini, Agene Bode, Tunde Headnut, Osime, Victor Boniface, DJ Big N, the Big Don Jazzy, Single Mom,
Okay now. Okay.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Soludo Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,166.
Thank you.
You have to be fast. Of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody will pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, Chopper. National airport, go take your money disappear. For one time in the betty, you be the mogo, I be the master. The refinery, I be getter. The contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. You be the mogo, I be the master. When you go play one, they go say that you style. When countryman do you go, you know the shot. All I kill I die. Whatever you go find is greedy. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my telephone, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the logo, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master. I hear you. You know, when I came here earlier for sound check, I didn't check the sound because I didn't have any interest in checking any sound. I know the sound will come.
And there it is right there. That caught me rather off guard somewhat. Continuity, Tinubu, continuity, Tinubu. The Abokis have said it, so it must be set in stone. So continuity, Tinubu, continuity, and all that. Pardon me. Anytime I pause, I'm having a sip of water. I go through quite a lot of water in the course of doing this. I say that all the time. So pardon me. Yes, continuity Tinubu, continuity Tinubu. Our friends. I should stop people call. I should stop calling people abokis and whatnot. I don't think quite people like that. Maybe that's why they recoil from the platform somewhat. All this name calling and ethnic jingoism and all that. But the Northerners have said a continuity Tinubu continuity. So continuity, Tinubu continuity, then that sets that in stone, doesn't it? Because of course, the North always the deciding factor in all Nigerian elections. So actually, before we even launch into it, there are actually no deciding factors in the Nigerian politics. Because the way that you have to get 2/3. Yeah, you have to win a majority. That's one, and then you have to get 2/3 right across the span of the country. That's two, and then you have to get 25% from 2/3. So there is actually no this because the way the Nigerian electoral system has been set up is quite sophisticated. So you cannot really say that there's one particular region that is the deciding factor in the winning or lack thereof of an election. So, for instance, Buhari contended about three, 4 times. He got all the votes from the north. He never won. Not until Tinubu added the southern votes to him. That was then when victory finally came. So I'm not quite sure we can say that there are any real deciding areas within the Nigerian political paradigm. But that's that. If you disagree, come on the screen and give me a counter view. So yes, continuity, Tinubu, continuity, all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a glorious. Apologies for yesterday, by the way. I bailed out for reasons of sleep. I bailed out of the session for reasons of sleep. But no, I'm not bailing out today, as you can see. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I invite you to do so. Do so. Click on the like button immediately and right now. I am mandating it. It is. I compel you to do it. It's not. I'm not requesting you to do it. I am compelling you to do it. I am by force of law compelling you to click on that like button. And by the same compulsion, I'm inviting you to subscribe as well. So like and subscribe is that little whatever it is that I just did there. So like and subscribe. There's D3 right there. Face of an angel, body made for sin. Which is just a glamorous lady in the comment section right there. Say hello in the comment section as you're coming in, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back to you. The Oga, of course, the chief executive officer of the platform right there. That's the chair lady of the platform, the co-chair lady, because Dutsi, of course, the chair lady, but the co-chair lady of the platform, that's a dame, of course, the mighty woman, and that is Ola Pumping right there. So good to see you, Ola. I think I saw somebody else just now. I saw. Did I say somebody else just now? I saw. Yes, that's Samuel Adeleke right there. And of course, the elegant D3, as we've just already mentioned. And that's Agbado Omotidobu right there, the first son of Bulaba. So that's Samuel joining us from LA. You might tell us where you're joining us from as well, just so we know the expansiveness of the reach of the platform. Just because I often come here and tell you that we traverse the span of the globe, all 4 corners we reach, and always testament in the comment section. All right. So that all that. Good day to you. So that's Toronto right there. Agbado Tinubu. We know that D3 is in America somewhere. As a Dama. The Oga, of course, nobody knows his destination, nobody knows his location, nobody even knows if he's off this world. That's Oga right there, a man of what's that? Scarlet Pimpernel. You seek him here, you seek him there, you seek him everywhere. The elusive Scarlet Pimpernel. That's what Oga is right there. So all that's the digression. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. Click on the like button, just as I've invited you to do so. By compulsion, by law, the law mandates you to click on the like button. So if you have not clicked on like, then you are flouting the law. You could go to prison for that if I choose to enforce, but I'm too nice to enforce. So just click on the like button. So click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. Click on that, pops you into a studio. As soon as I've fleshed out the opening phase to describe what we're talking about, as soon as I've done that, then I'll let you onto the screen and I'll engage you in conversation. That's how that works. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Of course, super chat towards the stream. The lubricant, the engine oil that lubricates the wheels of commerce, the super chat. So super chat towards we've set a target of 5 super chats for today. So hopefully we reach that in no time. So all that. Shall we just get started? It's a combination of what we were going to talk about yesterday and what has come up in the news cycle today, with a bit of lightheartedness. Actually, let me play you a clip before we even get into before we go anywhere. Let me just acknowledge this. So Nigeria continues to take wins. They will continue to take W's all over the place. Still flushed and still in the euphoria of the Super Falcons, now the D Tigress. That's what they're called, isn't it? So the Nigerian basketball team, they've taken the laurels in the African Championship as well. So we are champions all the way through, as is consistent with the experience of being Nigerian champion in all things. So well done to them. The Nigerian, but I didn't even know we had one. But we take any victory where we can get it, just to get over the disappointment of the Super Eagles losing at the finals in Cameroon, wherever. So well done to those. Let's just get started. I waffle too much, don't I? So I waffle too much, waffle no more. And by the way, a little bit more waffling before we get started. I want to send this link into the comment section now. We are establishing a presence on our TikTok. Just so that we can, because we stream to a multitude of platforms, just to expand just how widely we can reach, and we're streaming to. We want to start to stream to TikTok now, but I think there's a threshold of our 400 followers before you are able to stream on TikTok. So go follow us on TikTok, just so we can meet the threshold and start to stream into the space as well. And we'll start to stream back into Twitter as well. But by tomorrow, we'll be probably streaming to about, we used to stream to Twitch once upon a time, but Twitch is not really for what we do. It's for gamers and all of those sort of, all those antisocial elements that never get out of their bedrooms. So let's just get started. You came here for the Nigerian politics. El Rufai takes giant grassroots move to sack Tinubu. So it's going to be a hard-fought fight. This upcoming election is going to be a hard-fought fight, and there's every threat. Because I was reflecting on it today. Actually, there's every threat. There's every possibility that Atiku Abubakar may well replace Tinubu 2027, because the way they are politicking at the moment, they are politicking with intention. They are not politicking just for keepsake. They are politicking with intention, and they are building from the ground up. So that's what they're doing. They are traversing all the landscapes. They are focusing on the north at the moment, because of course the north is really where the strengths are, or their strength is. And just as early as today, actually, there was yet another APC lawmaker that crossed over from APC to ADC. So there's every possibility. No, it's probable rather than possible. If probability is a lesser cogent or a lesser measure than possibility, it's more there's a probability. It's not an impossibility. It's not as far fetched and as distant as it was, just because of the politics that the ADC is playing at the moment. So there are two things that are going to happen in February, March 2027. Either Tinubu continues on, or you get a new president from the north. So it's not going to be Peter Obi, by the way. Peter Obi is not going to be the president, but he will be a deciding factor, just like it was 2023. But never always the bridesmaid, never the bride, sort of a thing. So I think that's his role in politics. But there's a probability that Atiku Abubakar might well win that election just because of the way they are moving at the moment. But over the next few months, actually, we'll know we'll get a better feel of just what the expectations are of that space, the ADC space. El Rufai takes giant grassroots move to sack Tinubu. So that's essentially building structures, I'm assuming. Nasir El Rufai, the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, has taken a bold move to sack President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 election as he led the grassroots mobilization under the coalition adopted party African Democratic Congress. The former governor is a prominent member of the Emerging Alliance and was on a mission to gather support for the party. He described his action as a patriotic one to rescue Nigeria from the grip of nepotism and incompetence. So imagine that. Pardon me. Imagine that a Fulani man accusing somebody of nepotism. This is a guy that ran a Muslim ticket in Kaduna State and told the Christians there to go swivel. It was Fulani all the way through in his own administration. But there it is right there. Nasir El-Rufai, the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, has taken a bold move to sack President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 election as he led the grassroots mobilization under the coalition adopted party African Democratic Congress ADC. The former governor is a prominent member of the Emerging Alliance and was on a mission to gather support for the party. He described his action as a patriotic one to rescue Nigeria from the grips of nepotism and incompetence. So, right, correspondents gathered that during his visit to Sokoto, the former governor attended two important events meant to sensitize the people and political stakeholders working to achieve the agenda of sacking President Tinubu and the All Progressive Congress APC in the next general election. During his address at the event, the former governor lambasted the ruling party and called the APC a failed, clannish, and visionless administration that has plunged Nigeria into deeper socio-economic misery. He declared that it was time for Nigerians to rise against the APC and accuse the party of broken promises and elite conspiracy. So the person that is coming to rescue you from elitism is Madam Nasir El-Rufai. Can you imagine that? Who gets more elite than him? The friend of the emir is the one coming to rescue you from elitism. He declared that it was time for Nigeria to rise against the APC and accuse the party of broken promises and elite conspiracy. He warned that any move to vote the APC beyond 2027 will be a greater doom for the country. So there it is right there. The former governor argued that the coalition was full of technocrats, progressives, former governors, lawmakers, and civil society players who have resolved to rescue Nigeria from the APC and President Tinubu. If you actually look at the composition of that ADC, it's an amalgamation. Yes, that's the word. It's an what's that word again? Is it amalgamation? Whatever it is, you know what I mean. It's a confluence. It's a convergence of the deplorables. The worst elements of Nigeria are in that coalition. Criminals all the way through. Aregbesola, who he looted everything for 8 years in the Ministry of Interior. Atiku Abubakar, a known criminal. Atiku Halliburton Abubakar. This guy has so many judgments against him for corruption. You know, one of his wives, Atiku Abubakar, is an American wife. She's in jail for corruptions perpetrated by Atiku. She's in jail in America now. That's the person that is coming to rescue you. Or is it Nasir El-Rufai that was paying bandits to slaughter people in Kaduna State? That's the person coming to rescue you. Or is it Peter Obi, as criminal as they come? It did not, there was not one instance in his 8 years administration that he deferred to the assembly. He was ruling Anambra like a demigod. He was awarding contracts to his party man, his business partner in Next International. We all know that these are the elements, the criminals all the way through. So when they are saying the next election is going to be Nigerians versus the APC, no, actually, it's actually Nigerians versus the deplorables. That's actually what if the next election is make or break. If we let these people back in, then we're finished. We're finished. What leap forward is Atiku ever? Atiku is 80 something now. Forget his footballer age. What leap forward can Atiku ever leap anything forward in life? He's a criminal. Who in Nigeria does not know that Atiku Abubakar is a criminal? You know that, I know that. Who in Nigeria does not know Aregbesola is a criminal? But Peter Obi, they're all criminals. So what good will come out of decades of criminalities that people? It's just a nonsense, you know. So it's either we end these people permanently in 2027, or what I mean, if Atiku Abubakar comes in, the Lagos Calabar Superhighway will be abandoned. If Peter Obi comes in, the Lagos Calabar Superhighway will be abandoned. The Badagry Sokoto Superhighway will be abandoned because those are the biggest ticket projects that Nigeria has taken on. You know, the Lagos Calabar Superhighway is actually the most impactful piece of project that has taken place in Africa, not in Nigeria, but in Africa for the last 5 decades. What bigger project what bigger impactful project has ever happened in Africa in the last 5 decades? So they will abandon it just because it's a big ticket, big money item. They will abandon that. They will abandon the Nel Fund, of course, because they see it as hemorrhaging money that they could. They will just destroy it. You know, I mean, all of the gains. You know, Tinubu is building up the foreign reserves now. It stands about $40-something billion as it stands now. By 2027, it will be around about 50-something, $60-something billion. If Atiku comes in as president 2027, it will tell you that they met nothing in there, and they will steal all of the $60 billion. That is what you know it. I know it. That was what Buhari did now. Goodluck Jonathan told us he left $30 billion in the foreign reserves account. Buhari came in, he told us that the account was completely empty. He did not form a government for 6 months, and they spent 6 months moving money out of the country. So that's what will happen. You know it, I know it. If Peter Obi comes in, he will steal all of it now. You know it, I know it. Who doesn't know it? We all know it. So let's just be clear on what the options are here. So when they are telling you that the next election is Nigerians versus the APC, no, it is Nigerians versus the deplorables. Nigerians versus the deplorables, criminal elements, Aregbesola, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, David Mark. Can you imagine that? You know that it was David Mark. It was one of the arrowheads that truncated the Abiola elections. Was it 1983 thereabout? It was one of the arrowheads in the Supreme Military Council then that truncated the first attempt at a fourth republic. It truncated that, and it's now the bastion of David Mark, who was one of the people that pushed to cancel the Abiola election, is now the bastion of democracy. What are we talking about in that country? Are you normal? Are you all right? Are we thinking straight here? What's going on? What is going on? I mean, well, it's just beyond belief. But all that. So let's leave all that. We leave all that. We go to this now next headline. But on our way to this now next headline, let me play you this clip with preambles. This now next headline. So the headline you are looking at on your screen is in response to this clip. So we picked up from here.
Now, after anybody who is contesting for governorship from Anambra South is on an island, is trying to disrupt the zoning system in Anambra. Some of them want to come to lie to us. How can anybody with brain, you think you are talking to fools? You come to people and say, I will do only one thing. Any politician who said that must be sent to a psychiatric home. Because the person must have some mental problem. When the Constitution allows you to stay up to 8 years, they come and tell us, I'm going to spend one thing. Tell us where it has ever happened. Anybody who is saying I'm going to do one thing is a psychiatric examination. Because you are taking everybody else to the fool. Anambra, we have advanced. There are calibers and categories of people that Anambra has since gone much higher. We are not going to go back.
So that is Charles Soludo right there telling us then that anybody that comes and tells you that is going to win an election, and rather than try and serve the two terms that the Constitution facilitates for, is going to serve only one term. Anybody that comes out to say that person either has a mental problem or is a hardened fraudster. So, of course, it was campaigning to the Anambra local governorship election there, but it was that acerbic remark. We all know where the gun was pointed with that remark. So the gun points to Obi, and he puts up his shield. I will serve only one term of 4 years if elected, Obi insists. So you know, I'll actually play you another clip off the back of this. I'll serve only one term of 4 years if elected, Obi insists. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, has reiterated his one-term promise, saying he will serve only a single 4-year term if elected president 2027. Obi made this declaration in a statement posted on his official X handle on Sunday, describing the pledge as sacrosanct and rooted in his commitment to purposeful and accountable leadership. I will serve only one term of 4 years if elected president, and that vow is sacrosanct, Obi stated, citing examples of globally respected leaders who served brief yet impactful terms. Obi referenced former U.S. Presidents Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy, as well as South Africa's Nelson Mandela. One of the greatest American presidents, Abraham Lincoln, served only 4 years. This is the parallel that Obi is drawing now. is starting. He wants to. Is putting his name in the circles. Can you imagine the audacity of it? The order, what bracketing himself with names like Mandela. I don't even know the history of Abraham Lincoln that much. I know he's one of the founders. So I don't really care about that, all that American stuff. But to bracket his name, to draw the same breadth of his name and Mandela, where is the parallel? Where is his achievements in life? What has he done? Because he's running to be the president of some ramshackle country, is now drawing parallels between himself and globally respected names, Abraham Lincoln, etc. The audacity of the guy, just the cheekiness of it. I mean, let me take it from the top again. Actually, I try not to get irate. You know, doing these things, sometimes you read something and it just irritates you a little bit. A presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, has reiterated his one-term promise, saying he will serve only a single 4-year term if elected president 2027. Obi made this declaration in a statement posted on his official X former Twitter handle on Sunday, describing the pledge as sacrosanct and rooted in his commitment to purposeful and accountable leadership. I will serve only one term of 4 years if elected president, and that vow is sacrosanct. I'm pretty sure that somebody wrote this for him because I'm not quite sure that sacrosanct is within Obi's lexicon. I will serve only one term of 4 years if elected president, and that vow is sacrosanct, Obi stated, citing examples of globally respected leaders who served brief yet impactful terms. Obi referenced former U.S. presidents Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy, as well as South Africa's Nelson Mandela. One of the greatest American presidents, Abraham Lincoln, served only 4 years, yet his legacy endures. Mandela chose to serve only one term. His decision was a deliberate act of leadership, Obi said. Acknowledging widespread distrust. Imagine Obi being president. You know, we've never had an Igbo president because you can't really categorize Goodluck Jonathan as an Igbo man. He's a South man. He's an Ekwere man. We've never really had an Igbo president in the history of that country. We had Aguiyi Rose for about 6 months, and Nnamdi Azikiwe was ceremonial. We've never in the history of Nigeria ever had an Igbo president. So Peter Obi, by some quirk of miracle, becomes president, and then he goes back to Igbo land and tells them that he would only serve one term. They they, they will shoot him on sight. 1 term, call 2 terms. Look at this guy. He must be. Yeah, anyway, Shoyinka has already told us that he's a graduate guy. I will serve only one term of 4 years if elected president, and that vow is sacrosanct, Obi stated, citing examples of globally respected leaders who served brief yet impactful terms. Obi referenced former U.S. Presidents Lincoln and Kennedy, as well as South Africa's Nelson Mandela. One of the greatest American presidents, Abraham Lincoln, served only 4 years, yet his legacy endures. Mandela chose to serve only one term. His decision was a deliberate act of leadership. What does that even mean? His decision was a deliberate act of leadership. Anyway, English is none of our. I'm not one to talk anyway. I'm an Oyo man, so people hear me say anyway. Acknowledging widespread distrust in Nigeria's political class, Obi said many Nigerians no longer take politicians at their word. But even in this climate of cynicism, there are still a few whose actions have matched their words, whose integrity is built on verifiable precedents, he argued. He addressed skepticism over his one-term vow, saying, "Recently, I became aware of 2 statements aimed, albeit indirectly, at my vow to serve only one single term, one person remarked that even if I swore by a shrine, I still would not be believed. Another one suggested anyone talking about doing only one term should undergo psychiatric evaluation. Obi defended his record, recalling his time as Anambra State governor. I fulfilled each of those promises. Oh God! Without deviation, my word is my bond. Can somebody send me that clip that is circulating on Twitter where Obi said it was only going to if he leaves Abga that Thunder should strike him down. Is what is his bond? Can somebody send that to me quickly so that we can play? Just so we know that his word is his bond. He addressed skepticism over his one-term vow, saying, "Recently, I became aware of two statements aimed, albeit that's one of Alexander Gomez's favorite words, actually, albeit indirectly." At my vow to serve only one single 4-year term, one person remarked that even if I swore by a shrine, I still would not be believed. Another suggested that anyone talking about doing only one term should undergo psychiatric evaluation. Obi defended his record, recalling his time as Anambra State governor. I fulfilled each of those promises without deviation. My word is my bond. He also outlined his top priorities if elected: improving governance, tackling insecurity. So, Buhari, who was an army general, he tried and failed to tackle insecurity. Tinubu, who's governed the most ethnically diverse, complex state in Nigeria, he's struggling with insecurity. But Peter Obi, who governed a mono-ethnic, mono-religious state in the southeast, he's the one that is going to tackle insecurity. This is based on his years of security, whatnot, and military experience. He also outlined his top priorities if elected: improving governance, tackling insecurity, prioritizing education and healthcare. So, all this business of prioritizing education and healthcare, there are about 6 cancer units were just built within the 2 years of Tinubu administration. By the way, I can bring you the clips if you want to see them. I think I played them the last session. 6 cancer units were built just over the last 2 years. The NEL fund is there to tackle the education space. So, what exactly is it promising to do that is not being done now? Fighting corruption. Obi wants to fight corruption. Maybe that's 250 below. Actually, let me play you a clip just to tell you how Obi is going to fight corruption. Obi is going to fight corruption, and this is how he's going to do it. I'm just going to have to play you this clip. Just to, we need to continuously highlight just who this guy is, just so that he doesn't get away with it. They are pushing very hard to try and rebrand him, but I will not allow for that window for that to happen. Oh, have I deleted that clip? Oh God, is this guy going to? Is he going to escape me? Have I deleted that clip? Where's that?
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. Yes. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, you just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No?
So it was actually true. Yes, those people they've found a way to knock me off my own screen. Sorry about that. My connection dropped momentarily. Let me bring it back up. Yes. What was I doing? I was raging and riling against Peter Obi, wasn't I? So they've okay. So yes, that will be them making that promise. Then, so like I said, there was counterweighting. You've not seen it in a while. You've been outed, though, Rudolph. Don't worry, we play it regularly. We're kicking your man. So that clip from Charles Soludo right there was, only somebody that only so. If you believe that Peter B is going to serve one term, then you need a checkup from the neck up. That's where your problem is. If you believe that headline on the screen right there, then you need a checkup from the neck up, because that's where your struggles are, from the neck up. But as somebody that doesn't need a checkup from the neck up, where's that Deji Adenyojo clip? Somebody that doesn't need a checkup from the neck up. Oh, all my clips, yes. Somebody that doesn't need a checkup from the neck up is this. Watch this.
I can only support people like Omoyele Sowore and others. Those are the kind of caliber of people. When you look at some of these people talking today, you discover that, yes, they were also part of the problem. You cannot be part of the problem and wanting to fix the problem. You were a governor of a state for 8 years. Peter Obi himself, they were governors for 8 years. What did you do? If your state is not a mini Dubai or a mini Los Angeles.
If Obi does get the ticket, for example, what are his chances against it?
Well, unfortunately, this argument did not fly during the last election.
What if it does fly this time around?
It won't fly this time around. The political permutations, Northerners are not likely to trust a Peter Obi.
But what if, sorry, I had to cut in short there. Yes. What if Obi agrees to a 4-year deal? One term of 4-year deal, yes, that he's not going to contest in 2031, yes, if he's given the opportunity to complete the turn of the South. Don't you think that would be a game changer?
Even if he swears in a shrine, the Northerners will not believe him. And they will not,
I
don't see them also supporting him or voting for him. That's just it's an unpleasant truth, but the truth is still the truth. Even if a Southerner were to contest, the only person who stands the chance of defeating Bola Ahmed Tinubu is Goodluck Jonathan. Wouldn't it be better for the Northerners then to support Sowore? Because he is different.
Well, maybe they think that Sowore is too militant.
No.
So there it is right there. Exactly what everybody knows. And that is why he's hustling so much with this one-term thing. The power goes back to the North in 2031. We all know that. If Peter Obi becomes president, the Constitution facilitates for him to serve 2 terms. We all know that. So now to try and placate the North, he's now come up with this narrative of serving 1 term. If he attempts that, the whole of the Southeast will go to Aso Rock and tear him to bits. Even he will not think of it. You do remember when we do remember 2013. I'm not quite sure how far back your memory goes in Nigerian politics. It was the same promise that Buhari made now, that he was only going to be there for 1 term. He did not even mention it at all after that. As soon as they saw him in, forget all that. He just did his full anything and he left. So this hustle of 1 term is just a desperate lunge. I am not desperate to be president. This is the language of desperation right there. Because, of course, he knows that they don't really rate him in the North anyway. Forget all of these little stragglers and all the yuppies that are just hopping onto whatever it is they're seeing on social media. They do pragmatic politics in the North. So in the North, their calculations is only twofold. Let Tinubu finish and we take it back in 2031, or we kick Tinubu out and put our own person there. And their own person is certainly not anybody from Oka. So that's the desperation you're seeing in that headline right there. So Desperado, I wish I could play that music, Desperado, Meli Meli. This is Desperado, Meli Meli. Sort of course, but then that's what we know Peter before. Anyway, so let's go on from that to other things. A lot happening within the Nigerian space. I'm not quite sure when you last traveled to Nigeria, but the airport can be a bit of an eyesore. So now they're trying to standardize, internationalize, and futurize the Nigerian airport, Muritala Mohammed International Airport. And here is Festus Kiyamo now traversing the media spaces, explaining then just what is going on. So we'll pick it up. We pick it up from here. Watch this.
No, tell us, Minister, because we would like to know.
Just to tell you,
okay,
it is not a refurbishment.
For renovation.
I'm just explaining what we are doing.
It's a rebuilding.
Complete. We are tearing it down. Only the pillars will remain, the carcass, the decking. Everything will go. Everything, the floor, everything will go. And they were going to now redesign. Total redesign.
How long will this take? How many years?
22 months.
So it's going to be shortly after this government have gone out of office.
22 months. Complete 22 months.
Okay, no, 22 months will just be just about when the president. So this president is likely to commission it. Is that the plan?
Most likely to commission it before our 2nd term begins.
So what do you think will be special in this new Terminal 1 when it's completed?
Now, what is special is this. We are now making it a smart airport.
Okay.
So when they see this kind of money, I told people this morning, when I brought out a statement, I said, just simply, you don't need to do big research. Just pick your phone as you are then at home. Just Google the cost of the new airports, and not even building a new airport, remodeling and refurbishment. Oliver Tambo in South Africa is $1.2 million.
Kotoka International Airport is $274 million in expansion.
Yes, depending on the scope. Now they are not rebuilding; they're just expanding, adding one more wing to it. Oliver Tambo is $1.2 million. Angola Airport is $3.5 million. 3.5 billion. Sorry, I'm talking about billion. Oliver Tambo $1.2 billion. Angola $3.5 billion. Cambodia about $1.5 billion. JFK, it's about $9-something billion. They are doing expansion way up past through New York. JFK, $9-something billion. So this is, and
in dollars, what is our own in dollars?
It's less than 500 million. It's less than $500 million.
So that's what I'm asking. What is special in this one? What makes so? You said it's going to be a smart airport.
It's much far cheaper to tell you all of these things I explained now, and we are getting less than $500 million. It's a steal. This is just a steal because our Bureau for Public Procurement. Don't forget, it's not the ministry. It's not me. So people don't think that I know. It's not me that sat down to do this. We have an agency of government, people know how government works. It's the Bureau for Public Procurement. That bureau has experts, engineers, quantity surveyors, everything. They look at your bill of quantities and begin to argue line for line with you. And so it's the Bureau for Public Procurement that approves money, figures, not ministry. They are the ones that approved and brought it to us and said, we have looked at their bill of quantities and this is the best amount we can get for the country. And kudos to the DG there. I think they did an exceptional work to get this kind of money
when is it
and amount for Nigeria.
When is it starting?
Anytime from now, the FEC has passed it. Once we finish all the, issue letters and all that, so our monies are released and we start. But then, listen. So now we are going to get a brand new building, apart from building wing E and D of the Terminal 1, because Terminal 1 has wing E and D. We're not going to put a connecting building in between the new one. That is the one.
So it's a seamless one.
So now, we want to process passengers. So this new building will now be a processing point where when you land Nigeria.
So that is Festus Keyamo right there describing then this swanky new futuristic airport that is about to put together for the quite reasonable price of $500 million for a new airport. $500 million is quite a steal, as he described it. So by the time Tinubu actually finishes in 2031, just project your mind to the future and see what that looks like. By the time Tinubu finishes in 2031, he would have graduated at least about 6 cycles of graduates from the NEL fund system. So, because, yes, I think that he will graduate 6 cycles. We know he will graduate a cycle within the next 4 years. And then after that, every year, a set of graduates come out. So he would have graduated at least close to 1 million people, in excess of maybe about even 2-3 million people just from that NEL fund thing. He would have almost likely completed the Lagos Calabar Super Highway. They would have finished this new airport that they are building. Probably even started on the 4th Mainland Bridge and over. Imagine what Nigeria would look like after the 8 years of this guy. And some chancer, the one that can barely talk, is telling us that let me play you this. You have Tinubu as your president, or you could have this guy instead of Tinubu. You could have this. Let me see. Where's that clip? It's unbelievable. What we have on offer in Nigeria actually is unbelievable. Hold on. I need to play you this clip. Yes, instead of Tinubu, you could have this.
Animal talk, don't start again. My sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the Beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Santos meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. So we didn't.
Mr. Fitobi.
Hey, it'll be funny if it wasn't so, if it doesn't fill you with a sense of trepidation or as a possibility. It would actually be funny. I'm not quite sure if it's a form of retardation, if it's autism or ADHD or whatever it is, but that's certainly not somebody that is in the full possession of. So not in the full possession of. So Keyamo looks to build now this new airport, but as ever, the opposition describes this as a waste of money. So here it is. And by the way, there's no one in the studio at the moment, so let me send the link again. If you want the conversation, you hop on. Otherwise, we'll say our goodbyes and then we'll do it again tomorrow. Let me send the link. If you want the conversation, then you have, like a bunny rabbit, hop on. If you want the conversation, then like a bunny rabbit, hop on. So there it is. So, and by the way, I'm not quibbling this because it is the job of the opposition to try and diminish, belittle, and undermine the sitting government, whether they are doing good or not. That's just their job because they cannot give a government credit because then it then doesn't then give the necessity for that government to be replaced. So you cannot really they are doing exactly what they should be doing to rubbish anything that the government is doing. Um, 712 billion naira Lagos Airport upgrade misplaced priority. So that's the ADC. I think it's going to be a Peter Obi argument, isn't it? They are spending 712 billion naira on airport. The people in Benue State, Nigeria, are living in IDP camp. I was walking down the road and I saw an old woman and she said, Peter. I said, Ma? And he said, Peter, that's like a sluggish, quite just of anyway, let's leave all that. 712 billion naira Lagos airport upgrade misplaced priority. This is the Article Coalition. They say the African Democratic Congress has criticized the Bola Tinubu-led administration over its plan to spend more than 712 billion naira on renovating the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. In a statement issued on Sunday, the party national publicity secretary Bolaji Abdullahi describes the expenditure as extravagant and a misplaced priority. Correspondents report that Tinubu at Monday's Federal Executive Council meeting approved 712 billion naira for the upgrade of the Muritala Mohammed International Airport Lagos under the Renewed Hope Infrastructure Development Fund. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Management, Festus Keyamo, had announced the approval after the Federal Executive Council meeting held in Abuja on Thursday. Keyamo said this will be the first major rehabilitation of the airport's old terminal since its construction. In its reaction, the ADC questioned whether the renovation project and its cost were approved by the National Assembly, labeling the spending as reckless and insensitive. So there are pockets of money. We had this under the Buhari administration as well. There are pockets of developmental monies that is parked within the presidency that doesn't really necessarily, in fact, it doesn't even by constitutional or any requirement require the assent of the National Assembly for it to be dispensed. The dispensation of those are special because they call them. I can't quite remember the terminology now, but there's a special. It's like a presidency sort of a project, like like they have constituency project allocations within the National Assembly. So it's around those sort of area space. So that's the area space that this particular infrastructural upgrade is coming from. So it doesn't need parliamentary assent. Is essentially the point. But then, of course, is it that this guy doesn't know or is being disingenuous? Correspondents report that Tinubu at Monday's Federal Executive Council meeting approved 712 billion naira for the upgrade of Muritala Mohammed International Airport Lagos under the Renewed Hope Infrastructure Development Fund. So that's a ring-fenced fund right there that doesn't require parliamentary assent. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, announced the approval after the Federal Executive meeting held in Abuja Thursday. Keyamo said this will be the first major rehabilitation of the airport's old terminal since its construction. In its reaction, the ADC questioned whether the renovation project and its cost were approved by the National Assembly, labeling the spending as reckless and insensitive. The party stated the African Democratic Congress strongly condemns the outrageous 712 billion airport renovation project announced by the Tinubu administration as another brazen act of fiscal recklessness and official insensitivity, which further confirms how far this APC government is removed from the reality of the suffering of people in Nigeria. It is hard to understand how expending 712 billion naira into renovating an airport that already received significant upgrade in recent years make fiscal sense in a country where public universities wallow in chronic austerity, where basic medical care has become a luxury that only the rich can afford, where billions of Nigerians have been thrown into poverty as a result of government's ill-conceived policies. So I knew that was the direction. That was the direction of travel. Of course, is the Peter Obi thing. I went to the something, and I met an old woman, and I said, "Oh, the Nigerians are suffering." Tinubu's re-election, Northern ex-lawmakers split over presidency meeting. Federal lawmakers from northern Nigeria are divided over President Bola Tinubu's 2027 re-election bid, following an endorsement by the Northern Caucus Forum of the 9th National Assembly. The caucus, in a communique at the end of a dialogue session convened by the Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, through what is Femi Gbajabiamila doing in a northern Nigerian parliamentarian caucus? So they were bullied essentially into endorsing Tinubu, is what that tells us. The caucus, in a communique at the end of a dialogue session convened by the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, threw its weight behind Tinubu's re-election bid, describing him as a national leader with a demonstrated commitment to equitable development across all regions of Nigeria. Correspondent gathered that the dialogue session was part of ongoing nationwide consultations by the forum aimed at promoting the second-term bid of President Tinubu, whose first tenure comes to an end on May 29, 2027. During the meeting, Gbajabiamila, a former Speaker of the House of Representatives, urged the forum to queue behind Tinubu's administration and second-term ambition, stressing that the former Lagos State Governor remains the best choice to steer the country on the path of peace and prosperity. President Tinubu is not just a southern leader, he is a national leader who has carried every region along. And you have to say that the Southeastern Development Commission that he inaugurated, that he initiated, is the first major thing, is the first major portal vehicle that has been put in place to bring development to the Southeast since the Biafra War. So I'm not quite sure. Every single region is touched. President Tinubu is not just a southern leader; he is a national leader who has carried every region along, from critical infrastructure to policy reforms. The North is benefiting from a government that believes in equity and shared prosperity, Gbajabiamila said. Expressing their endorsement of a southern presidency and Tinubu's second term, the caucus in a communique signed by the coordinator of the forum, Rafiu Chanchangi, a member of the 8th House of Representatives, praised Tinubu's performance. So where are they pushing against it? So there's they say they're split. Well, I cannot see how I cannot see how Tinubu will not get that ticket. In fact, the only thing that you want to be seen is if he gets that ticket unopposed or not. And I'd like to see who will want to come and oppose him, who will want to come and contend that ticket with him, is what I'll be curious to see. So that's that. So that's what I've got. I'll play you the clips that I have. I'll send the link again. If anyone's got, well, I'm only going to send the link one more time. It's not that big a deal. If nobody turns up, then we just we round it off. So we go to the clips. What is wrong with Akpabio is the question. Have you been seeing images of Akpabio recently over the last few days? It looks as though Natasha Akpoti may have taken his name to the elder. So because the guy is falling apart, he can barely walk. And it looks as though he can barely see either. Watch this.
Now, my people, what is going on here? Watch carefully. Watch carefully. Watch.
So what's the name of
So there is this right there. What's going on with Kiyamo? Is he losing his sight? What's going on? So now this next clip. It's a throwback, nothing to do with Nigeria. It's Mugabe. But anytime I'm always in awe. Anytime I see, I don't even. I don't agree or disagree with Mugabe's politics. I don't really care. I'm not from Zimbabwe, but I'm in awe. I love people who are able to craft language in an impactful manner. Even Wale Soyinka would not beat Mugabe in oration. You know, the guy, and nobody. Yeah, I saw him in an exchange once with Tony Blair, and he just floored him with savoir faire and sleek. You know, there's something called rapier weight. Rapier weight. RAPIER. Then wheat, WIT, rapier wheat. It's like Justin. Do you know in law, when you're studying law, they have this thing that they call it mooting, MOOTING. It's like some sort of mooting. Like, you know, rapier wheat is the speed of thought and a quicker speed of rethought. And you have to have a good grasp of language and a sharp wit in order to emerge victorious in that sort of combative sort of thing. But Mugabe, the way he just crafts language is just a joy to listen to. Watch this.
Supposed to be free, the 54 countries. We come to the United Nations, it's ceremonial. Every year, September, we are there. We pay lots of money to go there. And to the General Assembly, we make speeches. We go back home, year in, year out. But the bosses in the Security Council say, you shall never have the powers that we have as permanent members. And we have asked and asked and asked. And asked and asked. Reform the Security Council. I want to tell you, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, you are a good man. You are a good man. But of course, we can't make.
So that's just a little snippet there. Pardon me. That's just a little snippet there of Mugabe giving it to them both barrels, as it is wont to do. Always a delight anytime you hear Mugabe speak. So from that yin to the next yang now, I wonder what is going on in the world of Chinedu Rosvivo. Why don't we catch up with the Oka man that is trying to palm himself off as a negotiator?
When they say that non-indigenous want to take over, we had two commodores that Igbo has gone. Are they the ones that converted Lagos State property to their personal property? The one on Body Lawn? Or the former deputy governor's house that's on Queen's Drive? That's now somebody's property as well. They are not the ones that did it. You go to all the indigenous communities, Badagry, Ojo, Ikorodu, even Ibejuleki. Go and ask the indigenous who is taking their land. Let me give you an example. In Ibejuleki, if you know Amen Estate, opposite Amen Estate, they will tell you that the current First Lady has gotten this land for New Era, her foundation. Go and talk to the Bejuleki indigenes there. They just came one day and said they are taking all this land, that they will settle them. They say, okay, you settle us, your government, at least you settle us now. When it was time for settlement, they came with bag of 50 naira notes and cola. When the people saw it and started complaining, their soldiers just started shooting the air and chased them away. Now today, that land is now for the First Lady for her foundation. So who are the biggest land grabbers? Is it the non-indigenous or the non-Yoruba speaking people in Lagos? Is it the non-Yoruba speaking people in Lagos that are converting body land that belongs to Lagos State? Go and look at all the properties that Lagos State had after the capital moved away from Lagos to Abuja, and see who has just been taking it for their personal possession. So this idea of people want to take over, help me make it make sense. APGA has produced Igbo candidates in this Lagos State. Did the Igbo people or non-indigenous vote for him? Go and look for the results that man got. I promise you, not up to 600 people. Not up to 600 people. They voted for PDP, right? And PDP produced an indigene of Lagos as a candidate. So really, if someone wants to take over your land, and APGA, an Igbo party, has come out with a candidate, maybe all of them will gather in their town square and say, oh yeah, all of us, so these are our brother, let's vote for him. Oh. Did they do that? So when you see all these things that they put out there, you realize that it's just a distraction. They want you to be so focused on tribalism while they continue looting and stealing for the Commonwealth.
So that was Chinedu Rosevivo right there talking. You know, in Yoruba land, we say Omwale, Loman for Wosi, Juwele Babae, Omwale, Loman for Wosi, Juwele Babae. So if you know, you know. I'm not going to translate that for you. If you know, you know. And by the way, can we get the likes up? If the audience, if you are too impoverished to super chat, the likes are free and the subscriptions are free. So that doesn't cost you money. That's to the skin flints watching us. So yes, I was saying then. Obi said his word was his bond. So now we're going to test then, because it's always inviting you to go and verify. So it tells us that his word is his bond. So why don't we go and verify that?
In the year 2000, my chairman said 2002, I said I will stay on. I will not leave. Get that. Come that I will not leave. He will die with Abuja.
So that's Peter Obi right there. In 2003, he said, I would not leave, I would die with APGA. And, and I think it's on his fourth or fifth party now. So his word, indeed, is bond. So that's Peter Obi right there. The graduate that actually, let me play you this. So sorry, I'm getting maybe I'm enjoying myself a bit too much. Let me play you this just to remind you that you know, the people who know they know the color of his jib. What's this?
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, gbajue. That is,
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
So there it is right there. So when Wole Soyinka, when Professor Wole Soyinka, when he landed on that phrase, he wanted to do something like that we call gbajue. that was the nail in the coffin right there. That was when he was God. It gave definition to what people knew in the back recesses of their mind, but they couldn't quite, cohere it as a thought. So when Professor Wolinska told us that was graduate right there, he firmed up the thought then of what the suspicion was all about. So what the suspicion was. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. And by the way, cut off his jib. I wanted to say not cut off his jib, but that's that. What else do I have for you, ladies and gentlemen? Let me give you this one. They say show walking, show walking. I've always said that if Tinubu is ever going to win the 2027 elections, he's going to have to win it on accomplishments. He will have to present his scorecard to say that this is what I've done, citing things like this as an example.
So another one where they go like this, down to my town. Try
Wicked trial. Look at that. So there it is. Don't worry. We are all looking forward to 2027. You see, this next clip I'm about to play you. Actually, let me give you a little bit of music before I play this next one. I'm minded to play you a little clip. I'm obsessed with this particular song at the moment.
Rule number one. I don't tell you. You better focus on after business with the calculation.
You better focus on after business with the hot pressure. So there it is right there. That's I don't know. Yes, Spice Key. I do know the name of the artist. Spice Key. His name is. So now this next clip that I'm about to play you now, I titled it "Color Me Impressed." I was just in awe of just how impressed I was by this, and I thought to bring it to your attention. This is what they call enterprise. This is what they call hard work. And this, there's so many things going on in Nigeria that you don't actually know how they go on. Even some of the food you eat, you don't know where they come from. Citing this as an example, what this?
Yeah, so good everyone, it's about 25. But guys, we are heading to where to go and deliver our package. This one has already been, someone has already buy this one. So we are going to deliver it to our side, to our water side, where we pack our boats and offload it before the motor will come and take it. So we are in River Niger. We transport it through River Niger. I get in. All this side is free side. This is where people come and do fishing. You guys can see them. You guys can see those plenty boats there. All this side is just for fishing. Assuming this is morning time, you have seen a lot of fishermen around here drawing their nets. But this here we do. This is what we do. We don't do fishing. We do farming. No fish farming. So thank you everyone.
So there it is right there. I didn't actually know that they transported yam via River Niger from the Middle Belt to the south. So I was quite impressed by that. I thought to bring it to your attention. And when that boy gets back home now, that young man, it's not a boy, when that young man gets home now, either his wife or his girlfriend will be calling him a useless man. Can you imagine that? All these women. Talking about all these women, you know those Nigerian aunties in the abroad, the diaspora Nigerian aunties. You know them now. There is nothing that epitomizes the Nigerian auntie more than this next clip that I'm about to play you now. As I play you this clip, it will resonate with somebody that you know. Watch this, the Nigerian auntie in the abroad.
Hi, excuse me. Are you going down?
I'm not going down. I'm going up in the name of Jesus. It's my enemy that will go down. In the name of Jesus, I'm going up. All up and up.
No, the elevator. Are you going down?
I don't know for you. I'm going up. In the name of Jesus.
Sorry.
No weapon formed or fashioned against me shall prosper.
Okay.
In the name of
Go
Jesus.
up, Jesus.
And there it is right there, the Nigerian aunties. You've got to love them. So that's the Nigerian aunties right there. Let me play you this one now. Even this Nel fund still, the usual suspects are still trying to diminish it. Watch this.
One day, I hope that Nigerians become good people. Until then, we will keep struggling as a people and as a country because we don't have good people. Why would you say this? Because people are preaching about it is a scam.
Even in spite of all of the celebrations that we're seeing in campuses up and down the country, the usual suspects are still describing Nel Fund as a scam. That's why there's no uptake in the Southeast, by the way. Somebody sent me a chart, actually. Let me see if I can find it. Who sent it? Was it Enigmatic? Let me see. Let's see. Might well have been him. Somebody sent me a chart just the other day to show the uptakes in the Nel Fund. And you can see then very quickly now people will be claiming that they are marginal. Yes. So this is the uptake in the. I hope you can see that. So these are the uptakers of the Nel Fund so far. It says student loan applicants since inception. Number of students who applied for student loan May 2024 to July 2025. This is by zone. So we say that the Northerners don't care for education, but they are the biggest uptakers. So the topmost uptakers, the Northwest, followed very quickly by the Northeast. The third is the Southwest. 189,000 applicants in the Northwest. 156,000 in the Northeast. 122,000 in the Southwest. 92,000 in the North Central. 48,000 near 49,000 in South South, and 34,000 in the Southeast. So and it's that sort of language that puts them, or they tell them that it's a scam, so they are not incentivized to take advantage of it. But of course, we saw them dancing in Sokoto University, so they don't consider it to be a scam as they alert, as their phones continue to beep with alerts. So that's that. There was one other storyline that I wanted to bring you. It looks as though now, the newly appointed, I say newly, that was about 4 months ago, the newly appointed chairman of the NNPC, the leader of the NNPC, whatever his name is, it looks as though now they are in the process of sacking him for being a saboteur, a sabo. The president sees this as a stab in the back. Sources speak on Tinubu sacking NNPC GCEO Ojulari. So apparently, allegedly, this guy is an article mole. It's not a long one, so let me speed through it quickly. The tenure of Bayo Ojulari as Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited may soon come to an end as fresh allegations of money laundering and political funding controversy rock the state oil farm. Although unconfirmed reports claimed Ojulari had resigned, and there was this report that the DSS abducted him and forced him to sign a resignation letter. So that's one of the rumors being circulated. I call it a rumor because it's coming out of People's Gazette, which is notorious. Even I saw the owner of that particular news outlet on Rudolph's channel, and he admitted that they make up stories when he was telling lies that they saw Tinubu in some hotel or something in London when it was a lie, and he confirmed. So it's notorious for telling lies. The tenure of Bayo Ojulari as Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Petroleum Company Limited may soon come to an end as fresh allegations of money laundering and political funding controversies rock the state oil firm. Although unconfirmed reports claim Ojulari had resigned, insiders told the cable that while no official resignation had been tendered, only a miracle will keep him in office at this stage. According to sources, President Bola Tinubu, who appointed Ojulari just 4 months ago to replace Midle Kyari, is reportedly livid over damning security reports detailing questionable financial dealings linked to the NNPC boss. Ojulari is under investigation by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) over alleged multi-million-dollar transfers to AA&R Investment Group, a company involved in energy, agribusiness, logistics, and ICT. Abdullahi Bashir Husky, founder of AA&R and son-in-law of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, has been accused of orchestrating large-scale money laundering through sophisticated financial structures. EFCC sources revealed that some transactions between NNPC and AA&R were flagged as potentially illegal, raising concerns that the national oil firm may be indirectly funding opposition through Bashir Husky. Bashir Husky, who previously enjoyed extensive NNPC patronage under the former chief, Maikanti Baru, reportedly fell out of favor with Kyari, Buru's successor, but was reinstated under Ojulari's leadership in April 2025. Ojulari, a former managing director of Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company and founder of BAT Advisory and Energy, had previously advised Renaissance African Energy on its $2 billion takeover of Shell Petroleum Development Company. Upon his appointment, he allegedly restored privileges to Bashir Husky, raising political concerns given Atiku's position as a leading presidential hopeful under the ADC, likely to challenge Tinubu 2027. Presidency insiders described Tinubu's reaction as one of betrayal and rage, saying the president views Ojulari's actions as sleeping with the enemy. The source said the president is livid with rage. He sees this as a stab in the back. A form of soft landing will be provided for Ojulari to exit, as removing him now seems to be too early in the day. What Ojulari has been doing amounts to sleeping with the enemy. So that came out of the left field because I wasn't even aware of all of the backdrops of that. So that suddenly popped out in the news cycle over the last over the last 24 hours. So yes, I think I may have made enough noise. Let me bring you this. Do you remember that guy? Do you remember that guy that what's his name again? Remind me his name in the comment section. The guy that the Lagos Calabar Super Highway cut through his theme park somewhere in Lagos, and he was running around the media houses trying to. He wasn't really pushing aggressively to ethnicize it, but he was giving some undercurrent ethnic tonality to it. So that guy resurfaces again. And guess where he's resurfaced? He has actually resurfaced in his own region. So it looks as though now he has moved his enterprise back home. So I just downloaded it now. I'll play you the clip of that. And then I think maybe we'll make that the last clip. It's just uploading now. Let me see. Is there anything else I can use as a space filler? Okay, once that is uploading, watch this.
Excuse me, sir.
So that was Portable right there, doing a bit of cultural exchange with an Ogene band. So that was Portable and the Ogenes. Can you imagine that coming to a town hall near you, Portable and the Ogenes? So Portable and the Ogene. Still within that same mindset of Ogene. What was that? The name of that beach resort? Remind me the name of that beach resort in the comment section. But the owner of that beach resort has moved his enterprise somewhere else, and here he is now updating us on his journey.
Once again, let's talk about this beautiful place that we are in right now. What are we expecting to see? Like individuality, give me maybe just some details, and let's round it up that way.
All right, so I'm going to start from the hotel. So we're going to create what I would like to believe is a world-class hotel. Create certain experiences, dining experiences, in-room experiences, in-conference experiences, and just create facilities around what you'd expect in a hotel for whether it's the business people, the conference people, or the holiday makers. But the most important thing about this destination are the two other things, right? So one of those two things is what we're going to do around the waterfront. How are we going to ensure that this waterfront is a real experience? So we're going to create water activities, park activities, things in the water and things on the island there and things in the lake, right? And unless you have a lake, a water, or a river near you, you won't be able to replicate those things, right? The last thing we're going to do is we're going to create an adventure park, which is a little bit further away from here. It's a little bit further down. It will have a number of things for children, things for adventure seekers, and we'll have a whole host of food and beverage options. So people can come here, eat and drink different things, party here, play games, and you can bring your children. There'll be something for every single person. So we'll have the grandchildren and the grandparents all having a great time here.
So that's the guy from Landmark right there who has moved his enterprise back to Enugu, which I think is his own home state. I wonder if we'll be seeing a lot more of that post 2027. So I think that's enough of me rabbiting on and whittling on. Do you remember the phrase "tireless tattler"? That used to be quite the regard. That used to be the go-to phraseology a couple of decades ago when they call you a tireless tattler. Somebody that talks endlessly, you call them a tireless tattler. So enough of my tireless tattling, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé ṣódìyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshemi, that have nothing to do with us. Don't forget to follow us on our TikTok. We're here, there, and everywhere. Here, there, everywhere. So that's the link right there. Follow us on TikTok. Get the numbers up so we're able to stream into the space as well. So here, there, everywhere. But sadly here right now is Suman to come and talk whatever. Anyway, let me not. And of course, the excellent Baba who will counter with whatever Suman has to say. So good to have you, gentlemen. Still more spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. We kick it off, start it off with you, Suman. Suman, Wagwan, Kidonchele, Alpha, Kedu.
Yeah, Ekaro.
Ekason, Vaudi.
Yeah, one man. Yeah, Elakwananku. Elafiado.
Hey, Lafia Lao.
One man, see, I hear what you say here. See, let me tell you, in Nigeria.
Why is your voice always so distant? What sort of system do you use? I can carry on, but it sounds very grainy and very.
Let me remove my Bluetooth.
Bluetooth. They have Bluetooth in Abakaliki. What do you mean Bluetooth? They don't even know what Bluetooth is in Abakaliki or wherever it is you are.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Slightly better. Carry on.
Okay, see me. You see, this country, our country, Nigeria, will never go forward if we take this analysis everywhere, every time. Let me tell you, student loan is not achievement. Everywhere in the world have student loan. If you say here,
you've never had it in Nigeria before.
Wait, let me confess. They have student loan since 1990. They have student loan, but you will never hear it anywhere.
Are you talking about bursary?
Wait. Student loan is not free. It's a loan you will pay after you finish your school.
That's the global norm.
Wait. Let me finish now.
That's what makes it sustainable. But carry on.
Yes. Is it free? It's not free. I don't know. In Nigeria, everything is achievement. Everything is this thing. It's not achievement, my brother. You can pay it after you finish. You have a job, you can pay it. You know, don't tell me it's achievement. Stop that. You know. So the man Tinubu is a complete failure in that country. A country can never benefit anything. Since when I was born, I never benefit anything. Say government give me this as a citizen of that country. But here I live today, I benefit much better than my country. When I go to hospital now, I have insurance. I can go anywhere, have insurance. They treat me.
You have insurance. They have health insurance in Nigeria too. Do they not?
No. Since when I was born, my brother, if you have accident, to go to hospital, you will die. So, the person will buy it themselves. They will never touch you. They will never treat you. But here, you have accident. Before 5 minutes, 2 minutes, you have ambulance come, take that person, go to hospital, treat them before they begin to ask you where are you from. But Nigeria is not so. Tell me, what are you benefit that country? You are in London, almost 50-something years, working. Imagine.
When did I get to London 50-something years? How old am I even that I was in London 50-something years? And the education I have, I got it from Nigeria. The education you have, you got it from Nigeria.
Imagine you are in Nigeria after you finish your school. Imagine Nigeria right now. Do you get that job, the same job you get in London? Do you have it in Nigeria? No. You drive motorcycle, either you drive Okada or you drive taxi, keke na pepe. You cannot have any job in that country.
What about the bankers, the lawyers, the accountants, the doctors? What about
how many people get that job a bank before you have that job, before you have a banker or accountant in Nigeria? You have connection. You have somebody in government. They will connect you through that bank. Everything in that country is corrupt.
The government doesn't own the banks.
I told you, my friend finished graduate almost 5 years now. He's Okada man. The other one is a farmer now.
The there are people with masters in this country driving Uber, and in America, all over.
That one is a choice. Most of them is a choice. They don't want to work.
They,
But it's not same. It's not same. It's not same in your country. Let us tell ourselves truth. Not come here every day. Nigeria youth believe somebody can make that country good before 2 years, 3 years. You see that country change. But you people reject that person because of it's not coming from your time.
Who is that person?
Opitobi. Because of not came from your tribe.
No. Okay, leaving aside if he comes from the tribe or not, what in Peter Obi's history tells us that he has the capacity? What has he ever done that indicates that he's capacitated?
Peter Obi have capacity to move that country.
Yeah, that wasn't the question now. I said, what has he done? What is his antecedent that indicates that capacity?
Peter Obi said, that country needs a businessman. It not needs this thing. That country now needs a serious businessman to handle that country.
Peter Obi is a businessman. Is he not an import? It's a trader now. He import export.
The country needs
container economy. Okay. My container don't land. How many you want to take?
It's a trader. It's a trader. What's your government now? Your president. What your president doing? What is a business?
He's an accountant now. Who told you that?
He's not an accountant.
He worked for Shell. He worked for Deloitte and Touche.
Your president not work anything. Stop propaganda.
The history is there now. The records are there.
How many factories Tinubu have in Nigeria?
Tinubu is not a... it's Peter Obi that should actually be building factories because, Peter Obi talks about consumption to production, but it's an exporter. It's a net capital flight economy because it takes our capital to the international space. It's hemorrhaging money out of the country. What many factories did Peter Obi build? Could you not build a big beans factory with these big beans that is importing all the time?
Tell you.
He couldn't build a factory in Oka or whatever.
This is my thought.
Import
if you
export.
Don't know factory Peter Obi build.
Yes.
If you don't know a factory Peter Obi build, let me
tell me now. I know Peter Obi better than you.
Number one in Nigeria. Peter Obi is first man born Nigeria Brewery in Nigeria. Go and check.
Nigeria Brewery.
Yeah.
Nigeria Brewery.
In Nigeria. Peter Obi bring all those vati you drink today in Nigeria.
Yeah, he imports them. Yes.
Yeah, if you know
container economy. Yes.
Wait. Peter Obi is not a president. Peter Obi not have capacity as a Dangote today because Dangote today, all those our governor, former president, vice president, all those Dangote be today is our money. If you don't know,
no, you said Peter Obi has competence. Where is that competence? Where is the capacity?
Yes.
Where is it?
I come in now. Let me clear you. Peter Obi have capacity because of.
Yeah, you said that. Where is it? Where is it?
He can manage Nigeria.
Right.
He's a businessman. He can manage Nigeria. Somebody manage business can manage a country if you don't know.
Really?
Somebody manage business can manage a country. A accountant cannot manage a country. Only counting money. He cannot know how to manage. Because Peter Obi know how to manage, how to serve. Nigeria need people can serve.
What did they achieve in Anambra State? 8 years in excess of $500 billion.
Okay.
What did they achieve? What is his legacy?
Number one, Peter Obi came to Anambra State. Peter Obi achieved make Anambra State to receive 13% today. Peter Obi made Anambra State to secure in the regime the time
secure what?
In the office. Peter Obi make Anambra State open every rural area in Anambra State, including in my village today. That road still there. Peter Obi built 10 lane road in Anambra State. Yeah, 10 lane. Go and check. Still there.
That was what Soludo said. Soludo said he paints the black paint on the ground and it's been washed away. The first rain that falls washes
brother,
away
go to if you enter Asaba now, go to head B starting from that head B, that 10 lane still there, still remaining
10
there.
lanes
Nobody touch
in
am.
Anambra
Yeah,
State.
10 lane. 10 lane. Yeah, go and check.
He
You
must be a
build it.
joker.
You're not a joker. Don't stop propaganda. Go and check. I'm Anambra State, I will tell you.
Look,
Tinubu can never build. If you say as a president, Tinubu never built 10 lane as a president.
Tinubu is building a super highway right now. The biggest project going on in Africa. Tinubu is building it. Lagos Calabar. Lagos Calabar.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. You see that road? Go and mark it today. Tinubu can never finish that road in 20 years.
Okay.
That thing is the politics. That road is the politics.
You'll be here. You'll be here. At least they've gone through Lagos already.
After 3 years, 30 kilometers in the commission.
3 years? Tinubu has been there for 3 years?
Yes, get it to 3 years. Now. Get it to 3 years.
3 years.
Get it to 3 years. Commission 30 kilometers.
Have you been drinking special brew again? Tinubu has been there 3 years.
Tinubu is going to 3 years now.
Where is it going to 3 years?
Going to 3 years.
So where is it going to 3 years?
3 years.
Yes, next year.
3 years.
Yes, yeah. And when did that road start?
The project started after maybe the project started almost
4 years.
A year ago now. A year ago.
It started a year ago.
Yeah.
You this guy, man.
Yes, the project started last year now.
Right.
Huh? After getting to 3 years, the commission 30 kilometers. How do you finish the road?
I thought you said it started a year. I thought you said it started a year ago. So
I told you.
When did the project start?
Only 4 years they have the mandate. You know how mandate.
When did the project start?
Last year.
Last year. So what are you talking about? 3 years. If the project started, by the way, the motorable bits is that road they've done in excess of 100 kilometers. They've done about 10 kilometers coming from Port Harcourt from River State coming in. They've filled and done all the groundworks in about another 70 kilometers. The only ones that's been tarred ready for use was the 30 kilometers. You know, so they've done well in excess, and they've done about 10 kilometers from Sokoto coming to Badagry.
My family live in Calabar.
Your family live in Calabar?
Yes, my family live in Calabar.
The residents of Calabar, they are putting. Do you want me to go and bring you a clip?
You see, I used to be like.
Do you want a clip? If you want a clip, I'll bring you a clip of that road coming from.
I will go there and make video. I will go there and make video.
Look at this guy.
I would give you video now, not to you. Don't tell me, don't give me fake video. I will go there and make video and show you. You see that Calabar, that place they start from Calabar, my brother. That place already spoiled. They already carry everything.
Oh God!
These people can never finish that road.
It's getting desperate, isn't it? You guys are getting desperate.
We will never, and that road will enter coastal wall. You never build that bridge, that road will never finish 16
You know,
years.
when it completes, it'll be a world landmark. Just like the Dangote refinery is a world landmark.
People can never finish that road. You use that road for politics. No, you will never. You will never. You don't know Calabar. You don't know that road self. You don't know. That road will reach that road will reach 20-something years before they finish that road. Is it the hatred for Tinubu's ethnicity or the fact that you lost an election? Which one grates on you the most? Which one grates on you the most? You see, where you bring somebody doesn't have any capacity. Just I want to be.
But we're seeing capacity now. What the tax reform?
I want to be.
What about the tax reform bills? Is that not capacity?
No.
The autonomy for the local government, that's not capacity. NEL fund is not capacity. The Lagos Calabar Highway is not capacity. The new airport being built in Moritala is not capacity.
Wait,
What is
let me tell you, all
capacity?
those this
Peter Obi
local
stealing
government are
250 million naira in
wait,
Anambra State
you
is
see
capacity.
all those local government they function. My state
Uh-huh.
as Anambra State, they know they function. Huh? State government still they collect the money. Eh? Where you bring your policy, you just force that policy to be real, not the open mouth, say it for mouth. You know, that is not working.
What
That
is not
is not
working?
working.
What is
That
not
local
working?
government autonomy, that
It's
local
not
government
working.
is saying it's not working.
Who
My
told you
state
that?
governor still they collect more that money. You know, my state governor Soludo still they collect the money.
Yes,
For
because
local
they have
government.
allowed for a bridging. Anyway, it's too complex for you to understand. But let me try and explain. You know the states usually get that money and they factored it into their projects and spending. So they've gotten that judgment. It's at the Supreme Court, so the autonomy is already established in law. But there has to be a bridging period for the adjustments to be made, and then the modalities of how it works out. But that is set in stone because it's a Supreme Court judgment. Do you know in Nigeria they said after a Supreme Court judgment, only God can you can only appeal to God. Only God can reverse it. You know, so it's set in stone. So I'm not quite sure what you're saying.
My brother, in Nigeria, law for poor people is not for rich people.
Oh.
Yes, law for poor is not for rich. That means that country will never go forward because of lawlessness.
But the country is going forward. That's the thing.
No, it's not going. It's not going.
Oh, of course it is.
Wait, let me tell you when I say so. It's not going because I'm 40 something years now.
Kaduna Abuja rail service, Lagos Ibadan rail service, to pay rail service. Everywhere has a rail service apart from the southeast.
To have rail service is your rights. It's not your achievement.
Second Niger bridge.
Wait, it's my rights. It's my money. It's not achievement.
Those are not forward steps.
All those things, government is supposed to do it.
Yeah, and they are doing it. So that's progress.
It's your rights.
Yeah, but is that progress? Is it progress?
To give power
is
in
it
Nigeria.
Progress? Is it progress?
Rights.
Is the second Niger bridge, is that progress? Is it progress?
For me, that project is not that is not nonsense. That second Niger bridge.
It's not progress.
It's not progress because people not apply that
the
road.
Lagos the Ibadan expressway that's been completed. That's not progress.
Since when they finished that road, that road, people know they enter that road.
Well, it is there for them to use.
Rubbish.
You know, it's rubbish.
It's rubbish.
How is it rubbish?
Go and check.
Something that you've been crying for 30 years is rubbish.
My brother. I see.
You people are on the run, man. Nowhere to hide. You will not have anywhere to hide. Don't worry.
See, Tinubu can never make that country good. I want president.
He is already, so I'm not sure.
He's not. If you want to make that country good, I will teach you how to govern a country. It's not one side. It cannot govern a nation. It's one side. I like P2B today because P2B entered there. You see that thing, you see everybody rushing in Lagos. It will stop. That thing will stop that day P2B entered there.
But what will stop?
Everybody going to Lagos. That thing will close already. It will stop. Nobody can.
People will stop going to Lagos when P2B enters.
Yes, because let me tell you what P2B will do. Because today people rushing to Lagos is 2 tenths in Lagos. Make Lagos a functioning. Number one, that's federal. Oh, 3. Number one, that federal first there. Third, that seaport. 4, that international airport. The whole southeast south been coming to Lagos. You know, all those bank in Nigeria, the whole bank in Nigeria, the capital, the headquarter is Lagos. While Lagos everybody cannot rush Lagos. But if P2B can now say president, he will make that Warri seaport functioning. Number one, good.
It is functioning. It
is
functioning.
functioning. Don't tell me.
Look at this guy.
I mean, don't tell me. Don't stay in London. They tell me what I experience. I'm a businessman. I'm doing business in main
We've
market.
played endless clips of
Wait, it's not fun. My
and the one
brother,
in
my
the one
brother
in
is a
somewhere in the
propaganda.
south
My
as well.
brother is a
Of course,
propaganda. My brother is a
of course
propaganda.
it is.
I'm a businessman.
Of
I'm
course.
a businessman. I will tell you. Oni airport is closed since 2007. I was on Ochamen Market. I went there once, go and clear goods. After Abasonjo closed that, before he closed that port, he forced up taxing southeast and southwest very high. You know, if you import something in our name now, a port, the money you will use clear your goods there is very high than the one you use clear in Lagos. You see what Abasanjo do? So after everything, people begin to run, going to Lagos. You know, after everything, that seaport sink. Nobody go in there again. Nobody import everything from our new seaport. You see what they do?
What is
to Lagos.
and by the way,
I tell you.
Oh no, don't take me on some long fancy story of fables and whatnot. Firstly, there's no sea access in the southeast. So for you to have sea access, you have to come in via the south. But why
Yes,
have?
I tell you now.
Yeah.
That south is so close to southeast. Very.
Well, what about on a port? What about on a port?
Yeah,
That's not
it's too
functioning.
close now. It's too close. It
So
can use your bus.
That is that not functioning?
No, you know everything now is not nobody
on a port is not functioning.
Nobody is going there again. They use that port now. They do oil something. You know, nothing. Goods is not coming there again.
The goods are coming. Goods are coming there now. The controller of
goods coming there is either federal or state. As a citizen, I cannot.
A ridiculous conversation to have. You know?
Wait, I cannot buy goods now. Send it in our name. Go and clear it in me. No, if unless you have money now, they will tax you well. That make it.
And they don't tax you. They don't tax you in Lagos. Is it a different rate that they charge on there?
Yeah, my brother. No, he will never understand.
It's one standardized rate that they charge. So it's one standardized rate.
Understand? Okay, let me tell you. After they do that thing, then the ports stop functioning. Everybody they go to Lagos. You see, all main markets are bar everywhere. Port Harcourt, everybody they go to Lagos. They carry the goods. They clear goods there. When you clear your goods, put inside container from Lagos to southeast, before that goods reach Onocha, my brother, you will spend. You will never see your gain. You will never see your capital.
Yeah, so then bring your goods in via. Forget all that. Look, don't take us on some long and winding. Bring your goods in via. So may not use on a port now.
Okay, let me. I tell you why people going to Lagos, go and live there doing business. Now that's what they tell you.
No, let me tell you why people. Please, Baba, rescue me from this guy because is it I'm talking nonsense or not?
The reason why people going to Lagos today, all those things is the problem, the cause of the problem, because there's number one, there's no international airport, no seaport, no federal capital project in that east. If you want to go into London now or Thailand or Asia, any part of world, you will go to embassy, either Lagos or Abuja. Why people cannot relocate to Lagos to Abuja? Why? What are you suffering, citizen? Yeah, living now. They have
what about Kano Ibian International Airport?
Kano Ibian International Airport. That
Kano
airport,
Ibian, yes.
Let me tell you. You see that airport for Enugu State. Is not international airport.
It is international.
Wait, let me tell you. You see what the federal government they do. If you go there now buy tickets, they travel to London. They will carry you they will take you to Lagos. You will have transit to Lagos.
Is that the federal government?
Wait, let me tell you.
Wait,
It's
no.
not international airport.
Guy, just settle down. It is an international airport because it's
it's not.
licensed. But I'm telling you, by the authorities license it for international flights. So it
That
is an
means it's
international.
not functioning.
Can you just hold on? What do you mean it's not functioning? Let me tell you how these things work. It is licensed as an international airport. So the government licenses it, and that is where the government involvement stops. So it is now down to the airline to see if it's for commercial expedience. If it's expedient to them commercially, then they will use it. And if it's not expedient to them commercially, then they will not use it. If they don't feel that there's traffic enough to generate an income from there, then they will not use it. But it is licensed. It's licensed as an international airport.
You know, one man, you are educated than me. I know go school.
No, I'm not educated than you. Don't be fooled by.
I know everything I tell you here. I know it's reality. You see,
no. The things that you hear on Radio Biafra, they're not anything.
I experience it. I tell you, when I say here, I experience it before I say. You see, Enugu, that Enugu is rubbish.
Port Harcourt International Airport, that's not international.
It's not. Let me tell you what makes airport be international. Let me tell you. Let me educate you.
Okay.
You know what makes airport international? Like here I live now, they have almost 10 international airports. They function. What makes airport international is when you buy tickets from Enugu International Airport, they give you time. You went there. Is at that time they give you. You people, they will check in, move. Another where you see yourself, either you see yourself in London or anywhere you're going, not to Lagos. They will carry you come to Lagos. They will dump you there. Then after they dump you, they will stay there almost 5 hours. They will change another airline. That is it, international airport. Can you go there? They will waste your time.
Hold on. Who is responsible for what you just said?
Now, federal government.
How? Hold on. It's British Airways. Is Emirates? Is it run by Tinubu and Nigeria or British Airways?
Let me tell you why federal government. If the federal government want that international airport function today, you will make it functioning. Seriously.
How will they do that?
Can I engage this guy also?
You can try, but you probably get no joy. But
you see, they will mention that because Nigeria is supposed to have that 5 they said they have. They have to have that 5 functioning, not to go in Lagos, going Abuja. No, they want to make it functioning. If you enter, if you somebody like it here I live now, have the more international airport, you will get there every 7 or 2 people or 5 people. That airline will move going.
All right, can I say something?
They'll not check anybody. They'll not waste any time.
But
Nigeria, if the airport that thing make it functioning, going from Enugu to London, from London to America, they use creating job. They create much job.
Are you saying that the government should force Emirates to go to Anambra or to Enugu or whatever? Are you saying they should force Emirates and British Airways?
Yes. If you come to,
I'm just trying to understand that, Baba.
Emirates have many aircraft. Have plane well.
So the government should force Emirates to go to Enugu.
Yes.
No,
if you don't, give them sanction them. Sanction them if you don't want.
Sanction them.
Wait.
Yes. Okay. What of Onyema? What of Onyema cannot go there? Take people go. Federal government.
Why is Onyema not? So that's the bigger question. Why is Onyema not going there?
Federal government never give them that license to do so.
What do you mean they do? It's an international airport.
No, they know Lagos and Abuja. Fly direct to anywhere you go.
Because that's where their profit is. That's where the money.
Why are you calling Enugu Port Harcourt International? We're gonna stop that.
All right. Okay.
All right, so let me say this. So basically, this is determined by traffic. It's not really, if there's traffic in that route, you will definitely see eventually they will be going that route. But because the traffic is not as much, that's why they have to do stopovers, and they do it everywhere. Like you see, like when you're flying to an airport, because they don't have enough um travelers to those airports. So sometimes you will see like two stops. So they will stop on one airport. You do they board you on another aircraft before they direct you to wherever you're going. So it's traffic. I don't. It has nothing to do with government, and I understand you, but I think sometimes we don't really understand what government is. It's not government just monitor. They
My
they
my
do
my brother.
they not really, their job is not to tell people what to do, especially in Nigeria.
They
We're
are just,
practicing
in fact,
capitalism.
everywhere, the government are
My
just
brother.
regulators.
My
That's
my
all
my
they are.
brother.
Exactly. They're
My
just
Yeah.
brother.
regulators. They
My
make
brother. Let
policy, they
us.
monitor things.
My
They're
brother.
not
Let
there
us stay
to
ourselves.
No,
My
I don't.
brother.
I
Let us
don't
stay
think he's
ourselves.
ready to listen to the logic of anything.
Wait,
It's
it's my
already.
turn. It's my turn now. When
Yeah.
I'm finished, you see, my brother, see what doing there is a federal government problem, because if you want to make Lagos be normal, it can make that airport or that Enugu or Port Harcourt or Asaba functioning steady. Then it can make that seaport functioning. Anywhere you want to put your goods, you can put your goods.
how many people
Not only
travel from
Lagos,
Enugu
because
to how many wait, let's I think data is our problem. Do you have
okay,
estimate of people on a daily basis that
okay,
travel
but
from either
let me
Enugu?
tell
No,
you.
listen,
Let me
listen.
tell you. Let
Do
me tell
we
you.
no
One
listen,
man, we've been
you
at this for
answer the
40
question.
minutes now.
All right. All right. Let's move it on. I think Baba is ready. Ready for us now.
Let me finish. Let me round up.
Okay, round up. Yeah.
You see, my brother, what you ask me now, if you come to main market, people travel every day. Only main market, more than 1,000 of people every day. Same Ariaba, same Enugu. If you give them Asaba, make it standard international airport, you will see that airline will fly every day. They will fly every day because people travel all the
To
time.
China or to London or
So
to
No,
China, to London, to
let him
America.
just vent his let him vent and then we're gone. Yeah, go on.
If you don't
Bring
just
it home.
watch, give them that international airport and see that seaport. You will see all those population in Lagos will less. But the federal government cannot do that, because if you don't do, if you see all those revenue, all those in Lagos, you will never see it any longer. They will know. Let us tell ourselves truth. Give them that one international airport, seaport. It will those are the big generating big Africa, all those generate in Lagos. It will reduce. All a part of country will open. People will get job. People of South will get job. Southeast will get job. People, you see, but people can never do that. Apostle just close that the one of Port Harcourt. Make Lagos function today. Everybody they rush, they go to Lagos. As Lagos beautiful than Oka and the Aba. Why they stay there? Because of all those business are distant now. Nobody can buy goods 1 naira. Go and use 20 naira and clear it in seaport. How much you will benefit? Let us tell ourselves truth. The country need somebody like Peter Obi come there. Let us see. Before 2 years, you will see difference. If you save all those Iguausa, you will make join Niger Bridge, go to Iguausa. Iguausa will have seaport. Everybody will enjoy. Let us tell ourselves truth. Your Obama cannot do it because he will do it. All those revenue will stop immediately. Let us tell ourselves truth. Southeast is suffer enough. They suffer enough. The whole Nigeria always suffer.
I think you may be right. So I'm going to play this clip, and then after this clip, Baba picks it up. But I think you may be right in what you're saying. I think I know where you're getting it from.
These are the things that will change. Let me show you a WhatsApp. Let me read out a WhatsApp for you. Let me just show you a WhatsApp I sent to someone. Is there anybody here who can read very well? And everybody will hear him? Yes. This is a WhatsApp sent by Tinubu's group. No, read it out. I want you to read it out. Everybody can.
Power glad labor.
No.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Just read out what he said.
Yoruba, shine your eyes on. If you vote for P2B, is automatically voting for Seaport in South and Southeast. Then Igbos will stop coming to Lagos State to invest. Rather, they would go to Delta and River State. They may even stop building houses in Lagos. It will affect a lot of Yorubas. Yoruba Renu.
So that's it right there. We know where you got all that from.
No.
Let Baba take the floor. Baba, you're up next. So Baba.
Thank you, one man. A fine evening to you. I hope you had a nice weekend. And
Thank you, Baba.
I salute my co-panelists, people of the commentariat. I can mention all the names. So it's like a full house in the commentariat today. So I salute you all. And our esteemed viewers, you're welcome formally. I hope you've clicked the like button, most importantly. And don't forget to share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me start quickly by, because I'm a student of life. I dislike disinformation, miseducation. I abhor those. Let me start with Peter Obi. When he said, mentioned the Ab, and that's Lincoln, and Kennedy, and Nelson Mandela. Lincoln couldn't do his second term because he was assassinated, not because he desired to do only one term. He was assassinated, I think 1865, I think. Same thing for Kennedy, I think 1963, he was also assassinated. In fact, he couldn't finish his first term. It was like Lyndon Johnson that took over from him and eventually took America to the Vietnam War. And of course, did not seek a further term for himself. For Nelson Mandela, he was already old, 27 years imprisonment and frail. And South Africa's tenure is 5 years, not 4 like ours. So he opted just to do first 5 years to make things settle properly, politically, before he handed over to Becky. So I just want
He even said those exact words when he was leaving, that he felt it was too old, Mandela.
Yeah, so when somebody starts talking about those people and putting himself on the same pedestal, well, I start to wonder. There are people who overrated themselves and put themselves where they don't belong, actually. So having said that, for those who are willing to learn and absorb, not miseducation. And let me come to this issue, and I think it's always recurring over and over, and I think it's a subjective propaganda. When there are 3 ports in Lagos, 2 owned by federal government and 1 owned by Lagos state government, built by Lagos government, nothing to do with federal government. So if a state government can build its own ports, where they are servicing all the Freeport Freeport zone. Why can't any states that have access to the ocean do that? For the federal ports, both the Apapa port and the Tinkan port, nothing of it concerns Lagos State government. Lagos State doesn't control it. Nothing. All the revenue there belongs to federal government. That's part of what we share as FAC every month. And the traffic has even dwindled. Why is it dwindled? Because Tinubu government has increased the duties payable both on shipping, port dues, both on port dues and import duties. So the main importers have shifted to the free ports in Togo and particularly Benin Republic. That's the hub now. And that's why a lot of smuggling is going on, because whatever they have, because naturally they supply the West African markets. So most of the traders have shops along West African countries. That's why Lagos is convenient. Now that it's expensive, they've shifted to Cotonou. So that which they have for Nigeria, they smuggle in. This is basic truth. It's one of my forte. And when they talk about ports, on a port is fully functional, operational, working. If you remember, a few months ago, the largest Tios vessel, container, Max Line vessel, battered in One. I can't remember how many containers it was carrying. If you remember also, just 2 days ago, Custom delivered to NAFDAC some seized goods worth several billions of naira from One ports. One is working. Calabar port is working. Nobody's even patronizing Calabar port. They are complaining and they are not making money. Port Harcourt is there also. Warri Port is not very viable because of the draft issue. When we talk about draft, we're talking of a vessel of at least length overall, LOA, of maybe 120 meters. The draft will be about 16 meters draft. And the water in Warri is shallow. So it's only very small vessels, more like coastal vessels, that can bat in Warri ports. So that's the, and in Onitsha, they have a dry port in Onitsha. As a shipping person, if you have enough sufficient cargo to go to Calabar, Port Harcourt, or One, all you do is to look for a self-propelled pontoon or barge. And that is the intention anyway. That's what dry ports are for. Then they ferry them through River Niger to Onitsha, and you take delivery of your cargo. It's very simple. But nobody, Onitsha dry port is there. It is empty. Nobody is using it. These are facts. But over and over again, there is this fixation on the
Sorry, Baba. Somebody is saying here that their Papa port was actually built by Awolowo before we had this federal system.
No,
Is that
no,
true?
no. It has always been federal government ports. You know, formally we have the Apapa port, we have the Lagos port. Lagos port is where Marina is today. You won't believe it. It's where, you know, where First Bank is today. First Bank to headquarters of UBA. That's the length of Lagos port. It was in the 70s when they wanted to build the Eco Bridge. That was where they canceled out the Lagos port. So no, Awolowo did not build the Apapa port. Apapa port belongs actually to federal government from time immemorial. And it's the federal government that built a Tinkan port. I think it was jointly opened by Baba OBJ and President Jimmy Carter. That's the Tinkan port. So this thing about Lagos Port, it has nothing to do with Lagos State government. In fact, I will be very happy for them to start to use the One port and Calabar port, because the pressure on the road with those heavy trailers is damaging our roads. It's damaging the roads. And that's why I'm happy that what's the NRC managing director now? Femi, I can't remember his name. So they are trying to bring in flatbed coaches that can take containers. I think they've done it even experimentally for the Lagos Ibadan Railway, taking containers to Oyo State. Yes, I am sure. Yeah, I've seen it before. So if they can extend
We
it,
played the clip here.
yeah, if they can extend it to other parts of the country, that would be very fine. Because we complain of our roads today, but a coal-tarred road is not meant to take heavy traffic load. No, because when the sun hits the tar, it melts on. You may not notice it, but it melts. For you to test it, remove your shoes and your socks and place your leg on the road. Then imagine a 30-tonner vehicle or a 50-tonner vehicle plying those roads. They don't last. It's one of the reasons why these things don't last. So it will serve us very well if these things are centralized and those that are important. I know the problem they face. Like I've said it, the
Two questions,
traders.
if you
Say again?
allow me. Two questions for
Yeah,
you.
please go ahead. Go ahead, by all means.
All right. So the first one is, what about canal? Because usually you see a lot of places where they don't have a port, or they don't have sea area boundaries. They usually will build canals to
No, that's what I meant
for
by
those areas.
we call it transshipment. Take for instance, if a vessel that's in on air is carrying your container, that's what a self-propelled barges or pontoon. Pontoon is the flat ones that you attach a boat to it, or when it's self-propelled, it already have its own superstructure with the engine, a small cabin at the end. So those
Yeah.
ones can be taken through the creeks. That's what you don't
Right.
see.
But my question
So
is, because from what I heard, Southeast is a land area, like they don't have sea area. So my question is, can they just build a canal that leads to that area? So that's number one. Number
Oriola
two,
Onisha has a dry port. That is the intention. The dry port in Onisha is by the bank of the river Niger. Once you stand on the old bridge, you will see the dry ports. So if an importer imports to Port Harcourt, One or Calabar, then you take the small barges and ferry them down to Onitsha dry port and put them there. And
yeah, but if you
you
have
can
canal, you don't need that. You just create a canal. It's expensive, but you create canal like
both
big
canal and
football.
river, they are all the same thing. You understand? The thing is, but the problem the traders are facing is this plain language. Any big trader in Lagos from the southeast is also, he has shops in Cotonou, in Lomé, Accra, Abidjan, all along till get to Senegal. Most of them, they are big businessmen. So if you have to service all those your warehouses along the coast, where is the best place to use? It's of course Lagos.
All right. Now my second question is going to that. Now you kind of answer it. I was going to ask that, do they have markets down in the southeast? Like their markets, I don't think
No,
it's over there. Just
the
like
ones they divide, they have for as a trader, they have for their own side. They now use trailer to carry them from
yeah, but how
Lagos
many people?
to.
When I mean market, I mean, do they have enough traffic over there? People that wants to buy those goods, because you need people to buy it, and you probably want to do groceries.
Just to your question, Aureola, their biggest commercial hub is still Lagos, because you know that Alaba International Market that we talk about, it is international. It services not just Nigeria but also the sub-region, the countries that border Nigeria, especially to the south. So all this Benin, Togo, Ghana, etc., a lot of them come to that Alaba space and take by the container load to go and so and also Lagos is the money hub of the country. So it's just the expediency of business and enterprise. It just naturally places it in Lagos. So
Yeah, so
it's not
having a
it's
port,
not even about seaport or not.
exactly. So having a
It's
port
about
down in
money.
the
Yeah.
middle of the country will not make sense.
No, you can have
Can
it
I
now
come in?
because the country
Can
is
I come in
wide.
one man?
Yeah.
You see, one more word. You see,
Baba has the
Onitsha main
floor,
market,
yeah.
Onitsha main market bigger than Alaba International Market. Go and verify. Onitsha main market big is the largest market Africa. You know, the time I was in main market Onitsha, I have many customers from Cameroon. You know, you go to Onitsha, you will see many countries coming to from Cameroon, from Abidjan, from Togo, coming to Onitsha main market. But since he then left that seaport from Port Harcourt close, all those importer went to back to Lagos because they don't want to suffer all those custom duty, all those things. They don't want to suffer. Okay, Onitsha is the biggest. Follow the area Aba. You see all those markets in Newi, all those people don't have any seaport.
One
The
man,
seaport they used before is
one man. Can
River
I
State.
take my
They
floor
closed
back?
it, they shut it down.
All right. Back to you, Baba.
Do a simple thing, and this for everybody. You have a phone with you. Just do a sample. Type on Google or Grok or anything you use. How many ships are battered in Port Harcourt put to this date? Do the same thing for One. Do the same thing for Calabar. You will catch my drift. To tell you how many vessels are battered today in each of those ports, just to debunk that those ports are closed. Simple exercise. We call it shipping list. So these are the facts. It's for convenience. The Onitsha market services the eastern side. That is, it services Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Congo, you understand? And so on and so on, that flank. So all the things coming into by road also to Onitsha, for instance, particularly, is extended. So that's why you have the heavy traffic on that side. These are basic facts. It's nothing. And Lagos has created their own ports. Lagos created, and Lagos is even building another one in Badagry as a sub-government. Nothing to do with federal government. This is just one state helping themselves and making money in the process. And this same story is what the ADC, they are taking to the northern people that see Lagos is the federal government money. Look at the red line. Look at the blue line. This is what Tinubu is using our money. That's the Nigeria's money to do in Lagos. And they are believing it. But you and I know that this is just a state effort. This is just a state effort. They are borrowing money. The money is not even sufficient, but they are putting it into viable projects. Because I don't understand this fixation. These are very basic facts. Very, very basic facts. So they should just stop all of this kind of thing. It's convenience. And now Cotonou is now the hub, not even Lagos Port anymore. Because Nigerian tariff is very high.
All right, Baba. Do you want to take us to Julari? What's going on there? This one caught me off
I
guard.
was thinking, what's the one I want to talk about? Look, I said I'm a student of life. Yes, I've stopped working for anyone since I was 33 years. That must be like 37 years ago. But the same mistake Ojulari did, I would have done it even at my age. Because I love my friends. And I choose my friends don't choose me. So those I choose as friends, I love them. If there is food, I'll call my friends to come and eat. What I'm saying here is Ojulari is a victim of circumstance, which I have an understanding of. Bashiru comes a long way with Ojulari. He's been out of favor since the time of what's that guy now that Kiari took over from. I think of what is I've forgotten his name even. Who's been out of favor.
Is it Baru? Something Baru.
Kanti Baru. About Kiari, Mele Kiari took over and of course shut him out, because when you take that kind of position, you try to create your own hub, your friends, people you trust. So he was phased out. Now Julari came back and called him. I'm sure he did not take into account, because he's a technocrat. He's not a politician. If we were to be a politician, we would have known that that's dangerous territory, because Bashiru is an in-law to Atiku. And we're going into an election, and election is about money anywhere in the world. And here is free money for an in-law of Atiku. So it's like doing injury to the federal government. I will have fallen victim of the same thing. He was not thinking. But I know there is also a dilemma now for Tinubu himself. Because if you want to remove him, naturally, you want to put a Yoruba man there. That's going to create a brouhaha. So who are you going to replace him with? So they had better leave him, admonish him, give him a slap on the wrist so he doesn't do that again, and let him carry on his business. Maybe until after 2027. Because so far, he's not doing a bad job. He's not doing a bad job of it. So that thing of Bashiru, well, he can remove himself, but it's a question of trust. Because if really he is an Atiku man, like Ojulari himself, if he has a thing for Atiku, he will still find way to channel money to him. Because what this government is doing is to make sure that they starve the opposition of financial resources that will help them in challenging in the 2027 election. So I really sympathize with him. Honestly, I sympathize with him. So he's capable, he has the capacity, he knows the industry, and he was former executive of Shell. And with Shell, we're doing a lot of business in deep waters right now. They will be comfortable to deal with one of their own. And the arrowhead of this government is for financial intake is the oil industry, because when Tinubu came, we had 33 functional stations. They are taking oil, on the platforms for oil wells. 33. Today, as we speak, they've added 13. So we have now 46 functioning, pumping oil. So I start to even wonder, if I may digress, that are we going to leave OPEC? Because the way they are going right now, with the deep waters coming on stream in matter of months, we will be pumping over 2 million barrels. And our OPEC quota is 1.5. 1.5 cannot sustain the kind of budget and infrastructure Tinubu is pursuing. We need to do nothing less than 2.2. So is he going to now work with Saudi Arabia to help us up our quota to at least 2 million? Failing which, is he going to leave OPEC, take Nigeria out of OPEC, which I think is not advisable. So it is a lot of problem ahead going to 2026. This is more reason why I want him just to give Ojulari a slap on the wrist and let him be. Let him just be for the moment. Let me yield for others. Woman.
Yes, thank you, Baba.
Yeah.
All right, Bredan, excellent. So, Oriola, you're up next. Oriola. I still wanted to speak on the second term, one term, something of Peter Obi, by the way, Baba. But like you said, let's take it round and then Oriola.
Yeah, can somebody else do it? I'm kind of doing something right now.
All right. Okay. Let's see if Pato is ready for us, Pato.
Yeah, woman.
Okay, Baba.
Ekale.
Hey, Patoski, how are you? Welcome.
I don't know what happened.
Nalafia.
It's just cracking. Is the sound getting to you guys?
Yes, the crackling something. I'm not
I
quite
don't
sure.
know why.
I think it may be bouncing off something or the other. Maybe your server or some phone or whatever.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I've been looking at what is happening. I listened to Keyamo on the airport. I think the Tinubu government is doing a very great job in that area. I listened to the interview he had with Shion, and even the cost of those infrastructures compared to other countries is just we have a very reasonable cost relative to what we are expecting to get from that place. So I think in that area, Tinubu government is doing well. Keyamu is really pulling his weight, and I'm very happy that Tinubu actually kept him. From look of things, it looks like he's one of the best ministers in that cabinet now. With respect to, I was listening to the seaport thing. I think Baba did a thorough job analyzing that thing. And if we look at what my brother is saying, you see, if they say they put international airport in Onitsha, put this one, passengers have rights and choice as to the route they want to fly. You understand? People would not just fly into a place because you have an airport there. For example, you have airport in Ibadan. The airport in Ibadan has been there for how many years? Since I was in primary school. Ibadan always had aerodrome, airport, and stuff like that. People don't fly there. People don't fly there because people would rather fly to Lagos, get to Shagamu, go to the east, go to Benin, go to wherever they want to go, or fly into Lagos and take a bus to maybe nearby places. You understand? And beyond that, majority of people that are flying are from Lagos actually, and people in Ibadan would rather drive to Ilorin than fly from Ibadan to Ilorin. You know, those kind of things. So it is not that whether you have airport or no. Currently, you have airport now in Anambra. I don't know how functional it is. We have one airport now that is in Ogun State. I don't know how functional is it. We have in Ekiti that the government just built. I don't know how functional it is. So,
But those are cargo airports, though.
but they can still use it. Ekiti, they fly small now. Look at Benin. Benin Airport has been there since when I was in primary school. I know the airport was there, and was way there before then. So, but people know to they fly and people they take balls, all those kind of things. So people have choices. The same thing with seaports. This Baba said something that really caught me, and that's true. The state has rights. They have if they want to build seaports, they can go ahead, they'll just get the right approvals. Look at the state can even mobilize private sector. Look at what Ogun State has done with Dangote now. That with that deep sea port Dangote wants to build in Ogun State. That deep sea port vision, I said here one time, had been the vision of OGD as far back as 2003. So that's why you need people that have vision. And it was documented. They had program. They had a free trade zone in Ogun because there is a natural deep sea there. Another one that will come that will eventually shock people will be Ondo State. And people will start saying, oh, they don't do anything for Southeast or South. Ondo State has a natural deep sea there too. And they are one of the things they are looking at is a deep sea port. So at the end of the day, if you have deep sea port in all those areas, and Anambra no do anything now, those places, then Anambra will not eventually, there will be too many deep sea port around that place. Who go one even, you understand? There'll be competition around that belt. So I think the state government can also woo private sector and develop their own infrastructure, just like Lagos is doing, just like Ogun is currently doing. Even Oyo State, that is that does not have sea, that is landlocked. Oyo State now they have dry ports now. I was impressed. They have dry ports. So if they have dry ports, Oyo State that they don't even do as many trade as in Anambra and other states. They have dry ports. So let their people do all those things. And beyond that, I was reading a tweet by a guy. They say, "Oh, why is Dangote not doing something in the southeast now?" Another person responded in that tweet that if Cubana chief priest with small business sense, could move his business from the southeast because of security. So you want an Hausa man to come and invest billions of dollars or millions of dollars in a place where his staff will not be able to go to work on Monday. Those are the kind of things that we should be talking, where we should be addressing. You understand? So it is not the issue of, oh, because they don't want the money going to Lagos. Just like Baba said, the money at Papa Port does not only go to Lagos, goes to all the states in Nigeria, goes to the federal allocation account because it's a federal port. The Tinkan port is a federal port. And so the money goes to all the states in the country. So the point is, the leaders in every state, they need to review their strategy and redefine what they want. What kind of future do they envision for their people? And Southeast to me is even doing a little bit well. The northern leaders are the ones that really need to even think straight. When you look at it, it looks like those people don't care about their people. The Southeastern people, they still, at least their culture of entrepreneurship, their mindset, their literacy is higher. They still their social religious background, uh, promotes peace. If not for this killing, IPOB and whatever killing, I don't see any. They don't have the social infrastructure, the social system in Southeast is not supposed to does not really promote this insecurity that they are experiencing. It's just because they allow one guy to go wild and nobody's cautioning him. Nobody cautioned him. Night has gone out of hand because we don't have religious extremists in Southeast because of their religious background. They are like 80% or even 90% Christians. They have education. They are working. trying to make money to sustain themselves. They are open and liberal. They are almost in every part of the country. They are in every part of the country, almost in every part of the world. But because of this insecurity, and the implication of it is very, very gross. And I don't know, and they don't seem to do anything about it. I had a friend they were supposed to have a conference in Anambra, I think in Oka, the Association of Community Pharmacists, and this thing is sponsored by pharmaceutical companies and all those stuff. Now they came for a week conference. They got there on Sunday. All of them had to stay at home on Monday. And I called her and said, wait, I say, say there's no movement tomorrow. So all of us did. So eventually I now called her. He said, well, it is not as bad as people used to say, that some people still move around. But the point is that anybody that moves around on Monday, the person get mind, that will not promote development. If they put ports there, let them bring JFK and put in that place. If the airport has to close on Monday and it will not work, then no private sector wants to come there and take that risk. That's a truth that they need to think. Someone say, oh, Dangote, why are you putting on? Also saw one northern guy say, Dangote, why are you putting all your business in Southwest? The guys from the north, he will want to put his business in the north. I mean, at least some, if not all. But how will he put business in a place where maybe one day he can suddenly lose like 20 staff because one mad guy carry gun and think that the staff are wearing trousers and not skirt. The staff are covering or are not covering. So everybody wants where there's some relative peace, where the market exists, where there's accommodation, where people accommodate you and there's freedom. So that's the kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that people want, and that's why they thrive. So I ask myself, Igbo people go to other region and thrive. So why are they finding things difficult in their country, in their region? Why can't they sleep? Why can't they always say make I drink water drop cup? Why they don't fit drink water drop cup for their own house? Before we say Fulani herdsmen, is it still Fulani herdsmen that is causing the trouble there now? So those are the questions, the big
So
questions we
Soludo has told us that it's not anyway, but I
so those are the big questions we'll be asking. You say Peter Obi, bringing Peter Obi will not solve that insecurity problem. No, because it has been there so long. So that will not, in short, in part of his,
Well,
there's no way to solve that
sorry,
because
Patoski.
in his campaign, he didn't even mention how he's going to be able to solve that problem. So, in a way,
No,
for him
it did it before. Actually, that's probably one thing it can do. I mean, it kills them and dumps them in the river, right? So it's done it before. It can do it again.
so I don't even want to speak like that because people can misinterpret that. But what I'm saying is that the fact that he even kept quiet about it means that it's not part of his program. He doesn't have a solution for it. And each time they ask him that question, I think he has always evaded the question. So the point is that the people in different regions need to ask themselves questions. Even the Southwest too. We need to start asking ourselves questions because Southwest is doing relatively well. But what is going on in Southwest now, I am not very comfortable with, especially with the youth in Southwest. We are not Alumanjeri, we are not doing this, but internet scam that is going on there, the girls, everybody spending time on social media showing bomb, everybody's a musician now.
Ritual killing.
In the
you you
Southwest,
you 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 know that every girl spending time on social media showing bomb bomb. It's somewhat of an epidemic now in Nigeria. I think now every girl is for sale in Nigeria. That's what I'm seeing. Just flashing everything all over the place, all over, and it's quite terrible. Every young girl now is, they call them runs girls now in Nigeria.
those are the people that are supposed to grow our GDP. By the time those ones get to 30 or 40 now, tell me what those ones want to contribute to nation building. And we are not addressing it. And each time you say you want to look at how to moderate things on social media, they come for you and say you want to.
Sorry, Patoski. Let me give you, let me just give you, just on that space you opened up just there. Let me give you a little anecdote that I came across today. You know that guy, very dark man that irritates Zita. I was just flicking through and I saw him on Twitter or something, and he was narrating. You know, some people he is like a champion of the oppressed, so people go to him with their problems so that he can use his platform to fight. So some girl contacted him that she lent money to her friend, and the friend was not paying it back, and was now asking a very dark man to go and fight for her. Do you know what she lent money to her friend to do?
What?
To do a bigger bottom, to do like a, they call it BBL or something. So she lent millions to that girl to go and do bottom, and the girl cannot pay back. And the guy was saying to her, well, let the bottom heal now and let the customers come. And she said she needs the money to recover because she has gone to do a boob job. And that is the Nigerian girl for you now, broadly.
So she needs the money to recover. You can imagine. Whereas those days, people will borrow money from their, in other client, people are borrowing money from their friends to set up a tech startup, to set up business, to set up, you understand, to pay school fees. Those are the kind of things that we used to have those days now. People will borrow money to set up small business, to do this, to do that, and that's the kind of system that we have. Because the money will come.
Guys, sorry, before you push so further, in America, you're so-called developed country, right? Pornography is a big business,
And that's why that
Uh,
society is collapsing now.
there are a lot of young girls in this country engaged in such activities, right? So I'm not sure what you expect from Nigeria and Nigerian girls or Nigerian youth, really. So think about it.
Look at that. So in the near future, what we should be looking out for in Nigeria is what is happening in America now, a collapsed society, and especially look at America now. They are not looking at that. They are thinking China is their problem. You understand? They are not seeing that their youth are not as productive as an average Chinese youth. The average Chinese is probably spending all his time majority of his time in the factory trying to do something, whether girls or boys. But the American guy, if it's a guy, is spending his time in the studio doing raps and doing streaming and doing podcasts. The girls also doing podcasts, promoting social systems that are so woke. And then the Chinese guy is trying to.
Sorry, Patoski, for interjecting. Every society has its own problem. Don't think for once that you think in China they are so happy or glamorous. In that so-called factory, also a lot of people are committing suicide. Every society again has its own challenges. If you want to talk specifically with the challenges involving social media or the internet, it's kind of everywhere. If you want to go to Eastern Europe also, I think one I can tell you about the Eastern Europeans, they too are kind of notorious when it comes to online activities as such. So it is everywhere. So unless you're telling us that Nigeria's economy or government is doing such a great job with jobs and other things, and the youth should not be engaged in such things, then you can talk about that. But other than that, I don't think it's something beyond the realm.
No, what I'm saying is that if you have that kind of things running societies, the kind of society you have is what you currently have in America. A collapsed society where you fight a man that is trying to make sure that everybody is thinking straight and people do things right, and then everybody is going for him, and they say he's crazy. That's the kind of society that you have. And I'm not saying China is not having its own problem, but as it is now, the current American society is making communism look attractive, and they need to think. And I don't want Nigeria to be like that. Nigeria, economically, we are not like America, but socially, we are not as terrible. But in another few years, we will be more terrible than America, and that's the problem.
And
You
America
know,
even has
I disagree
America has
with you. No, let me tell you right now. One thing that's a problem, a big problem in Nigeria is pornography. Pornography amongst youth, very very young kids. Okay, and your government don't have any social safety nets or resources to combat those challenges. There's so much rot going on in your country right now. Unlike America, right? They can print money and do some other stuff, to help themselves. But
exactly.
your youth are rotting.
Exactly.
Every day,
Exactly.
pornography, internet scam. You just said all these young girls showing their bum, this and that. You guys have a big problem. Okay, so
Exactly.
okay,
So what I'm saying is that America even has money to even be able to make up for some things, and it will not continue. They will not continue to have that because the system is going to keep getting worse. I don't want Nigeria to be like that.
Can I say something?
All right. Start to bring it home, Patoski, about 2, 3 more minutes, and then we Zita and then Oriola.
Can I add to
So
that
what?
real quick?
Okay.
All right. So about the social media thing, if we look at data, what they say, the data does not back it up. Nigeria only have about 35 million active users when it comes to social media in Nigeria, and majority is just WhatsApp. So and in Nigeria, you have about 250 million people, and the youth they're like 190 million. So if we're talking, we need to be talking about data here because it doesn't back it up. It doesn't support
No, 35
your
million,
what you're
35
saying.
million active users.
Yeah.
Majority of those active 35 million people, where are they?
Wait, and when you're saying
Mostly young,
35, I'm talking about
mostly
everything, including
most
on
no, they
Twitter.
are
You have less than 5 million people,
hold on.
Nigerians on Twitter, and you. So why are we like quick to be saying it as if majority of Nigerians
No,
are
okay, you
actually
are looking at
active on that
35
thing?
million. Hold on now. You are looking at 35 million active people. I bet you that 50% of those 35 million they are youth.
50.
50,
Oh yeah, 50%. That would be about 70 million.
yeah, are youth, if not more than 50%. And those are productive. Those are your productive group.
Says who? Just because you're on
No,
social media, that makes you
no. What I
productive?
mean is that no, the youth, the young people, 18 to maybe 35 or 40, those are your productive, real productive. You are the peak. You are supposed to be at the peak of your productivity at that point in your life.
No,
As a
no,
person.
no, 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 not
Okay,
really.
sorry.
Because
Okay,
when you're
at what
reaching,
age you is your peak of productivity?
your peaks will be between after college. That's basically most of your peak time when you
So what
start
age?
having job.
I told you that between 18 and 40. Are you not listening?
Oh, 18 and 40. Okay.
That's now. That's when you are really productive. In the recent, you are creating
Yeah, I
value.
didn't hear
You are supposed to
the
build
40
business.
part. Okay.
And if at that point you are not seeing visions, you are not seeing visions, you are just seeing, you are spending your time on social media, then the country is not doing well. You are looking
Yeah,
at
but you're talking about 17 million out of
out of how
about
many?
190 million.
Who told you Nigeria is 190 million? Don't worry, people will soon have census. You will be
Wait.
shocked.
Okay. Wait. We are 250 million according to whatever the data is.
But
So you're telling me how
okay,
how
let's
how,
even
how
say,
many are the youths?
how many, what percentage do you think is Nigeria? Anyway, we don't have those data now. So let's not spend all the time there. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is that from what we see and from the feedback we are getting and from the kind of outcome we are seeing, you and I know that the youth, what they are investing their time in compared to what a youth in societies are trying to create a better one in future are supposed to be investing their time in, we are not in that direction. And those are the kind of testimonies you see from what a woman just shared of girls saying, "Oh, I borrow him money. He went to do BBL." All those kind of things. We are not at that point yet in our country. We should be doing meaningful jobs. We should be doing meaningful things. We should be responsible if we want, so that we want government to be responsible, we also be responsible
And that's what we are saying. That's what we are saying. Woman, thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Patoski. So thank you, Patoski. From Pato, we're going to Zita. Zita, floor is yours. All right, then we go to Oriola.
One man.
All right. Yeah, yeah. I think you do these things deliberately. Eh?
No, it's not like that. I'm not always by it. Yes, I just listen and I'm on and off, so that's why.
Yeah, our body. We're still on Nigerian matter, so you know, but people keep saying that progress is not being made in that country. Like Suman, he was in earlier, and progress is being made in that country. Is it at the pace that we want it? No, but certainly progress is being made.
Yeah,
The country,
progress is
they are building a rail service that traverses the whole country. That's progress. They are building airports, you know, super highways, you know, all of these things. That's progress. You know, biggest refinery, all of the, you know, there's progress being made, you know. So I'm not quite sure why people are saying, you know, progress is not being made.
you see, most times one man, people's assessment of situations and circumstances are born either through their bias or politically. It's not actually that they are not seeing what is going on. Yes, Nigeria is not moving as fast as they should. It's one heck of a country. But for somebody to come and say progress are not being made, that's actually ridiculous. It's not something any human should say, but they say it anyway because they're biased and they are thinking from the political angle. So that's it. What are you people discussing today?
Yeah, just still on that theme of progress being made. So Festus Keyama has come out to tell us that he's going to rebuild Muritala Mohammed International Airport and make it a futuristic airport. So there was that, and then
It's long overdue.
Yes, it's very long overdue. You know, I was even thinking they'll move it completely. I'm surprised that I thought they will move Lagos. I was thinking just to decongest that space because it shouldn't even be there in Ikeja anyway. I thought they'll go and put it in Badagry or somewhere. Just move it into the interland so that will open up that space and then it will also free up a major hub like
Yeah,
Ikeja.
what they would have done is to make that one that is in Moritala Mohammed, that one there. They should make it another local too, and then go to hinterland and build
Or just convert it to a hotel.
And build a massive world-class international airport, then connect a rail to it. A rail line that can run from it to any local airport with several bus stops.
You know they have a rail service in Nnamdi Azikiwe in Abuja.
Yeah, they do. They do. So they should do that so that people can come land there. It's either you carry your luggage, right? Because when you look at from O'Hare to downtown Chicago, it's quite a long distance. It's actually really, really far. But travelers don't really do mind because the train runs right deep into O'Hare Airport and it takes you downtown Chicago to so many axes, including the loop. So all you need to do is to take your luggage from luggage area, stroll down, enter the train, and off you go. So if they can do such a thing in Nigeria, I think they should concentrate more on building railroads. I love trains a lot. They should do that a lot. It's just that the insecurity in Nigeria is talking about insecurity. What other topic do you people
They
have?
can't wait for insecurity to they can't hold you know, I think development is the biggest response to insecurity, you know. It's because the country is still so rural. That's why we still have. If we
no,
have
one
the
man,
level of development,
one man, when you talk about development, is one of the keys to insecurity. Sometimes when you want to discuss issues like this, you should also put into consideration the antecedent of the people. Who are Nigerians? How do they behave? And I notice that most of our leaders, when they come in, they are ruling Nigeria, they don't incorporate a Nigerian into what they're doing. If they really do incorporate a Nigerian into their development and infrastructural building, when you walk into an infrastructure in Nigeria, you will see something that will show you that a Nigerian is being included. But first of all, I must say, if any government in Nigeria is not giving Nigeria 24 hours of power supply, he's not actually getting there with infrastructure.
that's the key, isn't it?
That's the key. They should give Nigeria 24 hours of power supply. That is the key. It's gonna ease a lot of things, including the insecurity. You can do what you want to do, when you want to
It
do
will
it, how you
double
want
that
to do
country's
it, where you want
economy
to do it,
overnight.
and
I said if we had stable electricity, it will almost triple that country's economy.
cripple what?
It will triple. It will make it 3
Yes,
times.
of course. I've told you people stories of personal employment. I have told you the stories of how somebody can just walk up, because when you Nigerian economy is actually an economy of a kind. Because when you look at the stories, sometimes I notice that some people even doubt that people stole that kind of money and the country is not still exists.
I doubt it as well. I wonder why that country has not
No,
collapsed for the level of looting.
because the macro and the micro economy is in Nigeria that you see the real handwriting of these two types of economy in action. Sometimes when Nigerians come here, living in Nigeria, they talk much about government. Nigerians, their economy is based on mama don't go farm, he don't collect, we don't enter market, he don't sell. It's not on that level where Nigerians come here to speak about. That's why a politician like Desani Alese can steal 20 billion, which is not up to, he divided it into 10, is what Rush University Hospital was built with in Chicago. And when you look at Ross, you can only collapse. And still the country is moving ahead. I have never in my country seen a country
In
that
fact,
the economy
I
is
did.
not high. Hold on, let me finish. That is so looted and so vandalized, and humans are still there. That is my country, Nigeria. So,
I did not think that Nigeria could have survived Emefiele, Abubakar Malami, and Buhari, because they just stole everything, and you didn't think that there was any recovery left. But look how quickly it's bounced back.
by the way, those people are just still alive.
Well, Buhari we know is gone. Emefiele, well, we we know where he is now. They are you do remember this guy Dasuki under Buhari? It pretty much reminds me. Emefiele reminds me of Dasuki under Buhari. For as long as Buhari is president, Emefiele will be for as long as Tinubu is president, Emefiele will be in prison.
Do you remember? There's one that was so prominent then that died of COVID-19.
Oh, that was
actually the president, according to you.
Abakari. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that the Sirika aviation minister that is in court, I think he will be turbaned any moment from now as a traditional ruler in Katsina.
Okay.
That's the new trick now. That was what the former accountant general did as well. Once they get banned, that's immunity. You know.
Mhm. And
And they
it's a
come here, they
Nigerian
say they
that
are doing
banned him,
coalition.
right?
So what's that?
I said it's a Nigerian now that it banned them now.
Yes, now, but
Mm-hmm.
that seems to be where they are hiding their looting now.
And
Because
we
once they
enable them
ban
to
them, they are
hide.
both cultural and religious leaders of
And
their
we enable
community.
them to
Yeah.
hide, just as Amechi said, that they do what they do because we don't stone them. We enable them to fight. And when you listen to Nigerians speak, they speak from their own angle of political leaning and their own bias. They don't really do hit at those people. They don't. Tinubu should give Nigerians 24 hours of power supply. He should inscribe his name on it and walk away. Make sure that every loophole that is making Nigerians not to have constant power supply is blocked. And there will be electricity. As long as you have electricity in your house, we have power. Let it be that you can pay.
It will not be possible. You know that 24 hours electricity. I was saying just in a many months ago session, 24 hours electricity in Nigeria is like a 40,000 naira a week that the government is putting back in people's pockets.
Of course, now.
The money you spend on petrol for your generator, the servicing, everything.
But it doesn't really matter.
Yes.
Even
And
if
then
you're
you're
going,
able to preserve food and all that. It's actually a gift to people's wallets. 24
I
hours
don't know why
electricity.
they're not doing that. I just don't know why any government I don't know whether it's a cause or there is a particular group
No,
of
I don't.
people.
I think it's too complex a space. That's
Uh,
what.
No,
Madam,
it's not too complex. Let me tell you
you know what I
something.
think? You know what I think? I think um, we don't. I don't know how we want to. Baba, you can also tell me if I'm wrong. I don't think our people can pay for 24 hours electricity.
Yeah, I've always said here before, Patoski, that the
I don't know.
problem is paying. Look, in Oyo State, last week, 2 mobile electric generation plants. I think both of them will be about 500 megahertz or so. I'm not too sure now. They are being used in Oyo State. You see, today, there are badges all over the world. Power station badges as big as football field that can be brought in. You just plug in the gas and then voila, they start supplying. But you have to pay. Is that capacity to pay that is the problem? So I agree with you.
Baba,
Yes,
please.
ma'am.
I do not put a situation into consideration for my action that I have not tested. Let me repeat. I will never put a situation that I have never tested into consideration when I want to act. If that situation has never existed before, it is best I act on it.
Why don't you
Instead
just
of
say you disagree that they don't that they don't they will have the capacity to pay? In fact, yeah.
why don't you give them the electricity for those who doesn't have the capacity? Because I remember in those days I have a colleague of mine who was working in Abuja, and he said one particular woman, she's a retired major, whatever. She has an estate in Abuja. They said it's somewhere in Wuse. This my colleague was living there. This woman said no generator in my estate, Chikina. And I now asked him, he's a guy, how do you people survive? He said that considerably they do have regular, maybe sometimes 12 hours, sometimes 10 hours a day, sometimes 13 hours or 15 hours in a day. I said, that's nice. At least everything in the house will cool before it. He said, yeah, they usually take the light, but it's not as bad as every other area. But let him be frank with me that the woman does not even blink about it. It's written before you pay you get the, he said it's a beautiful estate in Wuse. He said before you come, you have to sign it. It's not, I said, maybe the woman is like me because I hate the sound of generator. So you cannot say Nigerians cannot pay.
But madam, let
me finish,
I know, I
please,
just
before I
think
lose my thought.
I want to give you some figures here. I just checked something, maybe too. So I was looking at the average cost of household globally, and they even put Nigeria there. I think if we want to provide electricity for low access usage, currently the average cost is about $80 per month. If you want to provide fully, you are looking at close to $200 per household. Now, do you think Nigerians can spend about 300K to power their house? Because about $200
Can you
is
listen to me and listen to yourself?
So sorry,
I
where are
said,
you
don't
getting that
let me
average
lose my
from?
thought.
Sorry, apologies, Zeta. Where are you getting that average from?
Let me get the source.
No. Just give me. Is that an American average or?
No,
I don't
it's
think.
global. I got AI to give me global. So I have Germany, I have Denmark, I have different countries average here.
Yeah, but you can't use that as the tariff in those places. There's so many
I don't know
factors.
what
Yeah.
he's talking about.
Get the breakdown of that.
But one man,
So
let me
also the average
continue.
usage household,
Let me
what it is
continue.
like. Just something. No, it's not accurate, totally accurate, but
One
something
man,
give us an idea.
you are cracking. Oh, I can't hear you. I don't know whether it's from my phone or from yours. You are breaking out. Hello?
Go ahead, Zita.
Carry on is muted. I think Patoski is maybe he's using his phone. Yeah.
Yes. Let me continue with what I'm saying. Now, the situation you act. Nigerians have 24 hours of power supply. I don't even know why we are arguing this, but let's continue. We are discussing. As it is today, some Nigerians don't have power in their house. They don't care. For two reasons. They are used to it. Number two, they can't afford to go and buy fuel to put in their pass my neighbor or in their gen. So some families do round off what they want to do before 6 o'clock and then use a lantern. Even the kerosene, they manage it. That is the situation for most Nigerians today. Now, back to the situation. That's the situation we know. Now, let's go back to the situation that we don't know that you people are holding on to and using it as a reason why Nigeria should not have constant power supply. I don't even know where the heck somebody is discussing that, but since we are discussing, let's discuss it. Now, the situation is that when the power comes, most Nigerians will not afford it. The power is not there now. The little way they can afford the electricity, most Nigerians still cannot afford it. So I don't know the basis of this argument, but let's continue. Now, for things like this, for somebody who mentioned Canada, mentioned the United States, that is when the government will come in. There are considerations. And then there are what they call subsidies for the veteran, people who are the age of 65, retired, for people who are whatever. If you come to United States, they don't pay the same electricity bill. They don't. In the Western culture, they don't. Not everybody pays the same electricity bill. And even those ones that their own is being subsidized use the electricity most, if I may say, because they're careless about how they use it. Because at the end of the day, what comes for them to pay maybe $50 or $55? The veterans, the elderly, the seniors, and some other people here and there. Their bills can be cut. Hold on,
Sorry.
let me finish before I
Okay.
lose my thought. I don't even know why I am discussing this. I don't know why somebody will have an excuse why a country should not have 24 hours of power supply. But since we want to discuss it, let's continue. But don't let me lose my thought, please. Let me finish. That's how they come in, the government come in. And then they write off those ones. Then for people like you who have a family, that's why I keep telling Nigerian government, there are two things they have to do for Nigerians. Number one, full powered country, electricity. Number two, know who you are ruling. How many are Nigerians? Where are they? Take their data. We want to know, where are Nigerians? Who are they? Where are they? You can catch them and reach them at any point in time. If the United States ICE can trace somebody who walked into their country, trace the person, find and catch and throw one, Nigeria can as well do that. If the United States can trace somebody who sneaked into their country without identity, they trace him, find him, catch him, hold him, throw him, Nigeria can do that. Why? Because they have a data. They know who is in their country. And if they don't know you, you shouldn't be there. As simple as ABC. So I wouldn't sit down here this morning and be discussing reasons why Nigeria should not have electricity. Please. I wouldn't go that low. I don't want to discuss it. If some people cannot afford it and they have reasons why the government can write it off for them or subsidize it for them, fine. But there is absolutely no reason in today's world that a country like Nigeria will not have 24 hours of power supply. I will never discuss something like that. Thank you, one man. Bring another topic.
Sorry, all right. Yes, I was muted. I was talking. We were also talking about, you were already talking about it, Festus Keyamo spending 712 billion, is saying $500 million to, he said they are going to strip the airport to its carcass and then rebuild it. So a lot of people excited, but the opposition against that. And then EFCC, they are after the new NMPC chairman Ojulari for reasons that is fraternizing with Atiku Abubakar and is handing over money to him, apparently, allegedly. Let me play you this clip. So it looks as though a fight has broken out between Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo and ex-Anambra Governor Peter Obi. So this was where Soludo started the fight. So watch this.
Now, after anybody who is contesting for governorship from Anambra South is on an island, is trying to disrupt the zoning system in Anambra. Some of them want to come to lie to us. How can anybody with brain, you think you are talking to fools? You come to people and say, I will do only one thing. Any politician who said that must be sent to a psychiatric home. Because
So that was a jab at Peter Obi, who then responds that I will only serve one term. So so Ludo is just saying that you have to be a special kind of stupid to imagine that somebody wins an election and then he will only serve one term. So that's back and forth going on between Soludo and Peter Obi, and Rufai pushing the narrative of the ADC, trying to build base with the grassroots. So we were talking about that as well. So so those are or anything else that interests you. But Zita, I was going to bail out and hand over to Patoski to shut it down when you guys are done. But on my way, let me acknowledge the super chatters. Which is Ayo, that's Ayo right there, always Ayo, that's Ike Ogelme right there, that's Ike, and Prince Daddy then, he does two, because the target is 5, so one more to go. So the next person to add it on to make it the 5 that we expect for the session. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Patosku will bring it home. Oriola after Zita has the floor. Back to you, Zita.
Thank you. Mhm. Okay.
Which one do you want to tackle first? Is it Soludo?
I thought you're gone.
Oh, because you were not talking now. I have to come back.
Okay. I will talk if they have give me time. I will speak on both of them. Patoski, do I have time to speak on it? Because you have the. By the way, where is Baba? I've not heard from Baba today.
But Baba is there now. He's monitoring matters. Maybe having his dinner as well.
Okay. Is Patoski still there now?
But Patoski is probably eating too. You know all these people.
Okay now. So is Oriola there?
Oriola is there. Well, in body, maybe not in spirit. Oriola.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so
brilliant.
let me continue speaking now. Okay, you said El Rufai said that building grassroots. Good for them. They should build grassroots and they should build it well. Then the NNPC chairman. I don't want to talk about NNPC. My idea about that parastatal is for Nigeria to shut it down. As long as that NNPC is on, Nigeria will never survive. It's a very deep-rooted, corrupt, cartel, evil parastatal. I will keep saying it. Hate me, like me, I don't care. But if Nigerians want to have value for their money in their oil and gas, NNPC should be scrapped. I didn't say sell. I didn't say renovated or rearranged or given another name or whatever. I said scrapped, like delete it. Not just deleting it as a name, but deleting it with all the functionalities in it. I have said this severally. Delete it and delete it with all the functionalities. That is, everything you think NNPC was doing, delete NNPC with it. So that Nigerians will breathe. But as long as they keep keeping that thing, I reserve my comment. Then number 2. Which other one? Patoski. Hello? Oriola?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm not sure. I knew that you
Patoski.
mentioned something, but I
It's
can't remember.
okay. Let me continue.
Patoski.
I don't know who is the moderator. The moderator is not speaking. So
I don't know, but this is Patoski. It's always but you've got I thought that was BT and it's
That's
come out.
me, boy. Can't we make AI the mod tonight? I mean, she can step up.
Yeah, no, yeah, you can coordinate it, but she doesn't have the levers. But I'm glad you're here, BT. I've got something for you actually. So Patuski, Zita still has the floor. Uriola goes next, so I'm just playing this just so that you can speak to it later. Yeah.
Alhamdulilayi, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run, mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gómìnà mi Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún pé bọ́n ṣe bá wa tún Olúmọ ṣe, Olúmọ wà òkè, mo dẹ̀ ti wà nínú Olúmọ nísìnyí, ó ti lọ bí ọdún mẹ́wàá. Bọ́n ṣe wá bá wa ṣe nísìnyí, ó wà òkè gidi gan.
I'm so happy today. Today is one of my happiest days that our governor of the people, the governor of Ogun State, they are promoting this our culture. The cultural heritage, which is Olumo. The governor has done it all. The governor of the people has made it happen. Now that we are in Olumoro, any president that visits Nigeria, we are going to make sure they visit Olumoro.
a rí nígbà tá a wọlé ohun mèremère la rí a kí gómìnà wa kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun o iṣẹ́ ló ṣe fún wa gan ibi ìtún dàbí ìgbà ọ̀tun ó wá dàbí ìgbà pé mi ò tiẹ̀ gbólúmọ rí àbí mi ò mọ nǹkan tó wà ń bẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ everything change gbogbo ẹ̀ wà àbí ìgbà bá wà.
So it looks as though. Sorry, Ola. Let me mute you for a moment. It looks as though your governor is Opatoski has dropped even, but thank God Ola is here because I need to go to bed. It looks as though your
Allah will
governor
not let me sleep
your
today.
governor is now stepping up. No, Ola is one of your biggest fans now. So that's for you. That's for you to speak to later, BT.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, one man, the man is maybe eat my words. I mean, at this point, just
You
give
used
him
to
the
come here
governor
and
thing.
slaughter him almost every
Yeah, I
day.
mean, I don't even, at this point, what else do you want me to say? And I have to say honestly, on this platform, if you're not from Lagos, don't even talk to me. Ogun State is on a different level. Maybe Lagos only is the one that can even have that conversation with us from Ogun State. So if you're from Oyo, Ekiti, Bende, or whatever, please stay away from me on this show. Baba is only the one allowed to talk to me as an Ogun DJ, please. We are on a different level. So just not to brag, I'm just saying. But yeah, just saying.
All right, but I think
you have good vision, BT. I doff my heart for you. Omo Agbongo Akala. I salute you.
what
Thank you,
have they
guys.
done? Because they've painted some some
One man,
little corner of the road.
one man,
They
please
allow superstars.
shield
Mayo. Lori Olumo. Mayo.
one man, please shield your sword tonight. But I have a question because I was driving earlier. Somebody said something on this show. I couldn't believe my ears. They said that they should force companies to move to one part of the country if they choose not to. Like, did I hear that part? Was somebody
That
saying
was
that on this
Suman now. You know, it's on a special diet. You know,
Okay,
okay. The Digbolugi, our resident Digbolugi, here now.
okay.
But Ola, please take charge. I think Tomatoski dropped. Ola.
Yeah, I'll be here for a while. Don't worry.
Yeah. Yes. All right. Okay. Thank you. So
Zita has the floor.
Yeah,
Zita, carry on.
that thing you asked about, I think they dealt decisively on it, and then there
Sorry,
is just one thing they
one man,
left
please
out.
check your DM, please. Sorry, Zita, sorry. One man, please check your DM, please, right now. Thank you. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
They dealt decisively on it about the federal government should force people to go to somewhere to do business. I don't know when that started happening, but the only thing is that they said everything, but there is something they did not mention. I'm going to say it anyway. Igbo people like to move about. Honestly, sincerely speaking. They like going to places to do their business. I'm not saying there is not some that are in Igbo land doing their business, but most of them like going out. They like to travel. They like to move about. They like to establish their business, no matter how little it is, somewhere else. When you are a people and you have that kind of antecedent, it's kind of difficult for you to establish an environment that can solve for that kind of large-scale business. So that is actually the problem. In as much as you people mentioned a lot of things, it's not. Even if an Igbo man has a business in his hometown, he will like to establish elsewhere, all over, in and outside the town, in this outside the town, in and outside the state, in and outside the country. As long as his business keep growing, those are the Igbos. Those are the way they move. So for someone to come and be saying, why don't you force the federal government? No, it's not a force something. Not alone now that one single man, I will say it, one person single-handedly destroyed Igbo land. One person. And Everybody turn a blind eye to it. Igbo land is a land that during Christmas period, we love Christmas. It's a time for us to do our launching. It's a time for us to show our wealth. It is a time for us to do what Americans call family reunion. During Christmas at 15, 20, families start sending their children or their family back to Igbo land. If you are a businessman, you wait. You do your 25th sale, then do your 1st of January sale. Those ones usually come after 1st of January. The whole place is booming. All manner of activities. All manner of launching. Igbo people are actually the tribe in Nigeria that do Thanksgiving. End of year Thanksgiving. Incorporated into the Catholic churches and the little other churches that spring up in Igbo land. Why? Because their children in diaspora are coming home. All manner of Thanksgiving. One single man called Nnamdi Kanu wake up one morning. I don't know the heck who was giving him money. He was paid to bring down Igbo land. When the federal government, who doesn't know the genesis, doesn't care to know the genesis, picked him up, the mantle fell on another crazy Igbo boy that is even worse than Nnamdi Kanu. Single-handedly, they brought that region to its knees. Then Igbos in diaspora will come to Nigeria, they stay in Abuja, they stay in Lagos. Their family members come to see them there and they fly back to wherever they're coming from. Those who venture to sneak to go, they sneak in and sneak out. And this is a time when your child is in diaspora or living outside of Igbo land. If he comes back, it's a celebration. In fact, we prepare to come home because you go buy bread tire, you go buy cabin biscuit tire, you go buy butter tire, key condiments, you go buy tire. Because that you're visiting is going to be a visiting for your whole family, not only your immediate family, but for everybody around. Every morning they will come to see you. You drink tea with them, you chat with them, you have your breakfast, your lunch, your dinner with them. Nnamdi Kanu single-handedly, heavily paid for those who do not know who they are, to bring that zone to Ismail. And today, people come here to talk about how people will be forced to go to that area to do business by the government. I don't know where they got it from, but it is what it is. I rest my case. As for Soludo and P2B, maybe I can feel Soludo. Maybe what he was told about P2B when he's not in the government house. He was not, because when you become governor, you have access to some certain security, confidential information. Maybe what he was told about the guy, he got in there, he's not seeing it. He saw much than something that is irritating him. I don't blame him, because me too, I get irritated sometimes. As for him saying that he's going to do one time if he's given the presidency, he has said a lot of things that he has never done. So I don't know whether this one is the one he's going to say and he will do. So I don't know. P2B has said a lot of things, sworn with his own family, with his own blood, with his life and the life of his family, and he never did it. So I don't even know why Soludo is wasting his time listening to him. Maybe probably he thinks that Nigerians will listen to him. But I don't know the heck of a Nigerian who will listen to P2B saying what he's going to do when they know that he has said a lot of things that he never did. Una, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's my turn. Is it?
Yeah, carry on, fire.
Oh, all right. Yeah. So yeah, I'll say this first. I think one man should have a session where we just talk about topic, like a main topic, because I think there's some things that we actually need to discuss on. Like, the whole entire show would just be about genuine topic, and people will bring their data, talk about. I mean, we'll bring different information. I would like to suggest that. Um, yeah. So let me which one should I start with? All right, so let me start with the airport thing. One thing that I don't understand is this. So there's a lot of construction going on in Nigeria, which that's the best way to kind of like pull money in people's pocket. But for some reason, like the Lagos Calabar road and the other road and the airport construction that's about to happen, there's a lot of money that we know that's going out, but I don't understand what the labor guy. I don't understand what he's doing, because this money, it should be the front. It should be like the front guy that's requesting that all the jobs that's being created. I need to know that I mean, available Nigerian citizens are getting those jobs, because when you put a construction out and you're talking about trillions of naira, where are those money? Who are those collecting that money? We need to know. I mean, this they talk about nonsense. Like, another construction is about to happen with what is it? The airport. They're talking about billions of naira. It needs to be in the front. It needs to be the front guy telling them, my people need to get this job, and they need to at least 20,000, 10,000 people that will get these jobs. So the guy, the president is doing what he has to do. They're putting out jobs, putting out money, but are my people, the citizens of Nigeria, are they getting these jobs? It's just a question that I have. Like, I've been having these questions because that's the only way they can create jobs for people. And I don't think our people are the main people doing this job. So this guy needs to be questioned. He's not doing his job. He's just going around and talking nonsense. Um, Another thing with the canal thing. Oh, I was the one who put out canal, but with the some part not having what is it? Not having port. I don't I think that we always claim that we are rich. We are not really rich, because I don't see anybody investing billions of dollars in um anything in Nigeria. Even your Dangote, he built that place with borrow money, which is understandable. Every company does that. Every big project they borrow money to do it. And I'm not seeing anybody trying to test that and come on board and be like, okay, I want to go and borrow billions of dollars and construct big factory or big something port in Nigeria. So that to say to me, I don't think we have the money that we're claiming, because for any big banks to borrow you money, it means that your credit is good. They believe that they can get the money back. So all this claim that we are rich, me, I don't think so. It doesn't show up even with the what is it? The electricity that we're talking about. I'm not saying anybody's testing it. The only guy that I saw that actually said something is the Adeleke guy, and he said it. He's working with some Chinese company, and they borrow a lot of money to build that. So they claim that we have money. I think it's just BS, and we need to stop it. We need to put our money. We need to work on putting out. We need to put ourselves together and do what we need to do. So all this claim that one part of the country is rich is just all lies. They don't. I don't think the entire population have money. You just, I mean, if they do, all these projects we would have put this project together. Like, I believe the only way
the Southeast would have like a port would be create a canal that will go into their river. Canal usually go through landline and it will get to wherever you need to put it in. So I believe that's the only way. And if we have money, like we're claiming, this should be no brainer for us to create something like this. So that's what I had to say to that. Um, I think other thing that the first guy I have a talk with, the first guy that came, he was talking about not having airport as well. I just think the traffic is not there. I mean, sometimes we make ourselves. I don't know how many people that's traveling into Nigeria every day. Do we? There's no data, but does Nigeria get like close to 100,000 people traveling into Nigeria every day? Do we have close to 100,000? Or do we have even close to 50,000? Because in order for international airport to be somewhere, it means that there's traffic, people are living and going, there's businesses going back and forth. Yeah, I doubt it. I mean, I might be wrong, but if if somebody's claiming that, I would think that that person can. I mean, if we are getting data and they saying that some parts they have people going, there's a lot of traffic there. Yeah, then we should. I mean, I would support it for them to have like international airport over there. But if there's nothing, if you just like you have like maybe 5,000 people or 10,000 in a day, that doesn't give you that doesn't mean that you can have a route internationally, because I mean, imagine you have to be traveling. If British airline wants to come to Nigeria, it means that they have close to maybe 10 to 20,000 people that is traveling every single day between that route. So I just think that if we need to kind of like have like a tangible conversation, like we talk it out, because this does not, it doesn't make sense to me. I think that we repeat topics sometimes. um yeah, but I would like to say one more. I think one thing that also I would like to say, there's a GMO thing that's going on. I always see it like sometimes I think I saw it on Twitter as well. The GMO thing, I don't understand. Like, don't we understand what GMO is? Because it's not really I think it's not really what it is, the way we're thinking that they're trying to manipulate the food that we consume. GMO is basically like, okay, for example, there's some crops that what is it? Not just insects. You have birds. They eat them while they're growing, and some of what's genetic modify organism, what they do is they just understand the DNA of a crop and try to let them survive. Meaning, whatever is attracting insects or other birds from eating them, they try to take them away so they can grow without having any implication of, oh, I'm losing money growing crops by birds eating my stuff. That's number one. And the other thing with genetic is just more like year round. Soil doesn't grow crops year round, like, but they try to modify these things, engineer them to be able to grow year round so you can have food. I just I mean, maybe some people have more knowledge on why these people are protesting this. I don't know. We tend to be like the consumer part of a lot of things. I mean, I should just put money into researching and doing this instead of just tackling every single idea that comes to us that is bad for us. I mean, they did that with 5G. We just did that with everything. It's more like we're taking the consumer role for every single thing. I don't see anything wrong with the GMO thing. And it's
Um,
not yeah,
yeah,
who's
sorry,
this?
Aurela. So
Yeah.
I think the other aspect is actually the economic part of it, and some see it as a strategy to this a strategy to dislodge Africans or poor farmers. See, naturally seeds, right? You know, plants or fruits or whatever, they have seeds, and you can regrow those seeds on your farm, to to produce more crops. But with the GMOs, my understanding is that they don't have seeds. So at the end of the day, you have to rely on big corporations like Monsanto and this other big conglomerate for your seedlings to plant. You can harvest them naturally. So there is a legitimate concern about this GMO stuff.
Um.
There is.
Yeah. I don't think that's technically true. So, let me put it like this. Like, because I actually work on, like, I can give like a real life example. While I was younger, one of the projects that I was on, like rice, it was more like how can we grow rice more faster instead of waiting to like the lifespan that would take. It would a good another example would be, I'll go back to that, but would be like, like the chicken that we eat. Like they would just put steroid in those chicken within 48 hours. They're already grown. It's more like that. Meaning you take away things that would delay the life of those crops to grow. They take them out. They understand their DNA in order to make them grow faster or grow up in environments that they would never have grown in. So that's is usually what it is. And there's nothing stopping us with the use with one of the things that you just mentioned, that they're thinking that, oh, the big company would take over when it comes to seedlings. I think there's nothing wrong with us as well, especially our university, understanding these things and us doing it ourselves. I just think we they bring different ideas to us instead of us to take those ideas, research it, understand it, and see how we can include it in our own day, our own life. We tend to like either push it off and later on in life we accept it. Because remember, there's Burger King in Nigeria. Do they think that all those meat they will they live their lifespan? I mean, I know that a lot of what we eat here, they're genetically engineered. Meaning, in order for us to have so much food, because a lot of countries that have so much food is the United States. You have so much food, those food, they're genetically engineered, meaning they can grow your chicken grew up within 48 hours. Your your meat grew up within 48 hours. Those things they understand their DNA in order to make them grow faster. You
Well,
also
yeah,
will know.
they
Yeah,
understand
you
the
also.
DNA, but just like vaccines, the long
Yeah,
term effect of such practices, we don't know yet.
right.
Um, and at the end of the day, um, yes, if you look at in the short term, it is a good thing to have ample of food commodity in the market, for especially for poor countries. But as a society, in the long run, I don't the repercussion of what it's going to do to us in the future, that we don't know. There's a reason why God created everything in balance. Those modifying certain strand of DNA in order to have more yields, there's a balance in there. Yeah, it gives them more yield, but the way God has created things, we don't know. I mean, that's why today in America, a lot of people actually are spending a lot of money on organic stuff as best as they can get organic, right? Because trust me, in the Western world, also a lot of people don't trust the GMO stuff. They don't. And I mean, think about it. Just like you said, growing a whole chicken in 48 hours, is that natural? I mean,
Yeah, but but that's the point of science, though.
I totally understand what you're saying because me too. Like I rather buy organic thing. Like bananas, when you see bananas like so huge and it's grown within weeks, like even days sometimes. I understand the point you're making, but I don't think what I'm or what I kind of have problem with is the fact that we push everything away. Why don't we actually put money into researching and understanding? And if there's any problem that will come with these things, why don't we actually put money into knowing what the risk factors are instead of just because at the end, okay, we eat a lot of canned stuff. Okay, like milk, for example. Those milk, do you know what chemicals they put in it in order to last for them for their lifespan to be probably a year or two? Do we know that there's a risk factor to that as well? Or the canned goods like that we eat from corn to butter to every single thing like milk, do we know like these things? It just I believe there's science like God. I understand where you put in God, but God created all of these things so we can make it work for our life. Like we put in effort to understand how this thing can benefit our life. So that's what I think. Instead of us just pushing it away, because you have to remember you live out here. You understand that for the 12 months in a year, we can eat corn. Like you go to the store, you buy corn. It doesn't happen like that. Like Nigeria, for example, there's
Oh,
a season.
allow other people to speak. Remy is there. Don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, other people can speak. I'm going to. Oh, you mean yeah? I'll leave when I'm done. Yeah, but what I'm saying is we shouldn't just push things away. We should allow. We should
But
understand.
Oriola, the people that have concern, are you not saying that they should not express their concerns?
I never said that. I said putting money into investigating and understanding things that you're talking about. If there's a problem with it, have you putting money into research and understand what the risk factors are instead of pushing them away?
But the issue is, don't the people, the poor communities that doesn't have the money to do the investigation, so they can express their concern. And if they say, no, we don't want to lose our traditional agricultural practices, the way we do our own food, the type of food we consume, we don't want it to be somehow modified by these GMOs. I think they have the right to express their concern.
Correct. I never. Yeah, they have right to, but I don't want us to just be a consumer based on every single thing. Thinking because at the end of the day, to be honest with you, there will
We
be
have
some people.
let me ask you, let me say this. We have to know that we have limited resources. You are living in US, you are in maybe in the healthcare, this where a lot of research is being done. You have a lot of money to do all those things. So, but you have to come to their own level also. They have their problem now is not even to be doing research on GMO. They have problem with food. They have so many basic problems that they cannot even solve. So for you now to be saying that no, they just have to put money into that, that is not their primary concern. That's not a primary concern. Now they have a lot of problem.
Simba, let me just add to it if you don't mind. Let me ask the question. Do you know how long the current system we are okay? Let's start from this. The current system of our farming, there was a time probably we're not using herbicides, pesticides, and all those stuff. Now we are using them today, and they have their own implications too, right? Probably people resisted in the past, I don't know. Then the current system we are using, how long do you think we can sustain the system? How long do you think we can sustain the system? And if we cannot sustain the system, don't you see GMO as one of the way to sustain humanity? So that's just my question.
No, and Ola, the issue here is this. When you talk about poor nations, you understand what one of their fear is what Prince Daddy expressed earlier on. In a situation whereby you now eradicate gradually the way they get their own seed. For example, you've engaged in farming before. If a farmer planted maize this year, by the time he harvested this maize, he will reserve some against next year to plant. But these GMOs, you can't do that. That means every year you have to cover out money to go and buy your seed.
That's not true. That's not true. What it is basically, so for example, like you have season where maize will grow in Nigeria, and some other drought season where you won't have the maize
There
grow.
is no season. That example that you are giving is not even a good example. There is no
So,
season for maize. The
so
reason
maize
why we have
go
to,
year round.
wait. It goes year round. You can that there is no crop that you cannot go year round. If you are talking about fruit, that's okay, maybe only fruit, maybe once or twice in a year, fine. But we are talking about even yam, you can grow yam at any time of the year. Even our own local yam, you can grow maize at any time. The reason why we have season for all those things is because of dry season. If you have water throughout the year, you can grow maize at any time of the year. Ola knows that. Even yam, you don't need to wait for rainy season before you plant yam. The reason why we have yam maybe only once in a year is because of the dry season. Like you can plant. This is August. If you have dry yam now, you can plant it now,
You're just making
and the
my
thing will
point.
still
You're
grow.
making my point. You're
You are,
making
so
the
it's
point
not
I'm making.
GMO. That one is it's not GMO that can make you to have all those things all year round. That's what I'm telling
No,
you now.
okay, wait. Let me explain to you. When I was explaining what the GMO is, I explained different factors. One is just making sure that they can grow year round. Another factor is, there's some insects and birds that will eat your crop while they're growing up.
No,
What the?
it's not.
Let me
No,
land.
that's it. No, wait. There is no GMO that can be insect resistance or or pest resistance.
That's what GMO is. It makes sure
No,
that
it's diseases. It's
the DNA
diseases.
that
Wait
attracts.
now. Wait. It's diseases. That is what you're supposed to say. It's not pest. There's no way you can modify rice and say pest or bird will not eat the rice. You understand? Is the one is diseases that they modify, the one that will be resistant to diseases, not not something like bird.
No,
You
that's not
understand what
true.
I'm saying?
No, that's
So
not.
you grow a rice that bird cannot eat. So
Yes,
human being will eat. How?
whatever DNA that
It's
attracts.
not DNA. How can you
Oh
say
man,
bird? Oh,
that's what genetic modify
it's
organisms
not.
are. They
I,
make
I
sure
don't
that
think I don't think you can. Ola, are you there?
I'm here. I think Oriola may not understand what you are saying. See,
Ah.
pests are different from diseases. You understand? When you say pests can be rodents like
Yeah, okay. So
squirrel.
what they are
So
like human being. If they cannot consume it,
exactly,
that means human being will not be able to consume it also.
exactly. I was thinking of along that line exactly. So pest is not is different from disease according to what Simba is saying. You understand? Nematode, for example, is a disease,
Fungal
but
disease, black
fungi
pod, bacterial disease, and all that. You can produce a resistant variety.
exactly.
That's the
But
And
point.
then the other
They
one,
are more
also
resistant.
they can do a GMO that can be drought resistance. Also, drought.
Okay,
You understand? That will not require much
wait,
those
you're
are
water.
the
just
economic
making the
benefits.
point I was making before. But when it comes, what I'm saying to you is, we just like human. Well, I don't want to go to human being now, but because they're doing the same thing with human as well. But the thing I'm letting you know is those what they're just doing is, in order for crops going bad or having pests or having birds eat these crops while they're growing, they just make sure that they modify their DNA to resist those factors. That's what the point I'm making.
But Ola, the other way you have to look at it, okay, you alter the DNA of a certain thing and you consume it. You know that, let me give you, for example, if you, there's some kind of cross breeding or cross pollination that they do in the process of this modification, you know that that thing can also have effect on your own DNA also.
Yes, we know, but
You
we
understand?
yeah, but the
So
thing is, what in specifically we need to know, because they're still working on those to know exactly the effect, the cons on
but
people
it's
that
not. Let me
consume
tell
it.
you. Well, let me give you drug as an example. If you manufacture a drug, it's not the responsibility of the consumer to not tell you the side effect of those drugs.
We know.
You understand? So the people that give that actually doing these GMOs, is also their responsibility to tell the whole world the
Yeah, but it takes time.
disadvantage,
It takes time to know these
the
things.
disadvantage. So
Okay,
you don't need to now
let me
say
chime in.
they
Okay.
put the responsibility on the consumer that they
I
should be
never
now
said
be
that.
doing the
I
research.
never said to
That's
put
what you said earlier
responsibility.
now, that
I said,
we should put money into it and find out
yeah,
the effect.
yeah,
Okay,
but
let me chime in. So this right, I say, look, yeah, all points from all sides well taken, but at the end of the day, I'm not a big fan of pointing finger and blaming the white man or the Western world. I'm not. Um, this, you know, we have certain competitive or natural advantages as Black people or Africans that we don't take advantage of, and we wait for the white man to come and help us. You would think that in the area of solar technology in Africa, having an abundance of sunlight would be leading, but we're not. Everyone around the world talks about how great our soil is. If you drop a crop or a seed, it germinates and boom, you have a whole farm. They say all these things, but the best agriculture in the whole world can be found in the Western world, super cold places around the world. So my point here is that we're just a bunch of complainers. If they want to give, really, they're not forcing us to take this GMO stuff, which I'm not a big fan of. So if you have a complaint about it, well, how come our government, our people are not doing stuff about it? How come not doing stuff about it and complain? The white man is bringing us some GMO. We're not going to do this and that. That's garbage. What are we doing? What are we responsible for? That's what we should be talking about.
I agree with you 100%. That's what I'm saying. We should not just push away every single thing. Why don't we put that effort into actually, okay, whatever claim you're, because even the people that they put in effort to engineer and produce these things, they put in research in order to know what will make something grow up faster, or what will prevent some crops from being invaded
Hey,
by different
Simba.
organisms.
But
Sorry, Simba.
can I contribute?
Simba, can you check your DM, please, Simba,
Yeah, go
please?
ahead.
Okay. I think that there is improved seedling. And if you go to some research institute in Ibadan, like IRT and Friend, and I think Simba will know about this. And I think because of this improved seedling, big time farmers, they were able to make varieties of stuff. Like before in Nigeria, most of these like big cabbage, cucumber, and the rest, they are not used to be produced in large quantity, but they are producing them in large quantity in Nigeria today. If you in the Western world, like we put it already, that you yourself you do not consume this GMO food, you prefer organic food. The same thing with Prince Daddy. Then you are go to a place where that the literacy level or modernity level or exposure level cannot be compared to Western world. What do you expect them to do? And we all live in the Western world. We all know that the implication of some of this food they are eating, it causes obesity, it causes a lot of disease or something like that. And there's no transparency in this GMO food. If we must tell ourselves the truth, there's no transparency at all.
And
There's
I know,
transparency. There's
no, let me,
transparency.
maybe
I
the
don't trust the
experience.
transparency. I don't trust the transparency.
I didn't see it too. So maybe you guys in America you can say it, but the rest of the world cannot say it. And something you cannot say, you cannot, and people are more advanced because a lot of our people are all over the world now. They are integrated into the society in the Western world. They know how it works. So sometimes, why do they always crave for their local food, when they are in abroad? So I was listening to a program yesterday, and this particular young lady, which is a nutritionist, trying to say that the food that we eat in abroad, because most of the country we live in, especially here in Europe, where there's not a lot, especially where I live, where there's not a lot of sunshine, and we like vitamin D. The woman is trying to say that is the reason why it causes a lot of disease, a lot of irritants, and so many other diseases she mentioned, like
Remy, on that note, I don't think we talk about the same lady. I watch a young African lady also talking about all this packaged food, like the food that we buy at the African stores. That they are becoming as bad as the Western packaged foods also because they strip them of their nutrients and put some preservative and things as such to make that shelf life longer. So we
Correct.
Africans, in diaspora, we fall a victim.
No, Prince Daddy.
No, that's true. What he's just said is true.
This Prince Daddy is becoming another male body knock. You are becoming another male body knock.
That's not really true.
That's true.
Hey, guys,
let us say something, Prince Daddy.
Guys,
that's a good one. Okay.
Let me say something. Realize you have been speaking.
Let me please hold on. Just wait. We still continue. You see how the flow. We have two doctors in this house. And I believe sometimes when we raise a point, we just have to be very clear. See, I don't believe food, although if you use pesticides like all those, maybe, but I don't necessarily believe that food is responsible for obesity. I think that you consume too much of food is what is responsible for obesity.
No, well, and you said it right. So defer to the doctors because you're wrong. Defer to the doctors then because you don't have to be a doctor, by the way. I mean,
no. Sorry. I said doctors at the house. There are some health practitioners too. It doesn't. So that's just the focus. Some health practitioners. That's what I was supposed to say.
So what I want to say is this: that just in reference to what Prince Daddy said, most of the packaged food are from Africa. Most of them are from Ghana and Nigeria. In terms of pandu yam, in terms of everything, and Nigerian can verify the source of this kind of flour, and including our local amala and the rest. This is not that they put a lot of additive or whatever to make them last longer. No, even when you have an amala, by the time
you didn't understand what he said.
Let me finish. Please.
No. I'm saying
let
what
me
he
say
said
this
is
and
not
then we continue.
He said they are adding chemical to fufu. That's what he said. That to preserve it. That's what he said.
You need to listen to what he said.
He said it. Now, why are you modifying? Why are you genetically modifying his statement?
No, because you didn't understand what he said. He
said
package.
He said no, it's not package. He said they add chemicals to it, preservatives. He said that's what he said.
No, you missed I said package. I said package. You missed the word package. I said the package one.
But you said they're also putting some additives.
Preservatives. Yes, it is true.
That is a lie.
Hold on.
That's true.
Okay, hold on. Okay, Remy, I know you get it. Hold on, 5 seconds. So don't tell me that when I go to the African store and I buy a box of food that stays in the freaking cupboard for like months, does not have preservatives and things in there. Yeah, come on now. No natural food which is saying itself like that long.
You do not understand the composition. For example, if you make fufu in Nigeria, and you can ask people that are farmers, maybe it can last for like 3 or 4 months. It's possible. But if it's amala, by the time you put the flour into the hot water, and then you start stirring, you yourself, if you are very conversant with Nigerian food, you will know that this particular flour has been in shell for a long time. It's not good for consumption. For that amala, that one is very easy to know. But I know for anything about fufu, they can last as much like more than 3 or 4 or 5 months.
Prince Daddy did not grow up in Nigeria. He didn't know how they preserve all this food that he's talking about. He always say everything is in form of chemical. Let me tell you, if you dry gari, you don't need to add anything to it. If it is well dry, it can stay for years. The same thing for cassava flour, yam flowers, and all those things. You don't need to add any chemical or something preservative to it for it to last. The only thing is just keep it in a dry place. That's all.
But
Can I
Simba,
ask you a question?
Simba,
Let
Simba,
me
hold
ask you
on.
a question.
Hold on. You're right, Simba. But you're making a general statement. You're assuming that all this, what you're talking about, is the way. Do you know some of the Nigerian food that actually made here in America and Canada? Not locally, not from Nigeria. They make them
I
here.
don't know
Do you
about
know
that,
that?
but most of what we consume
I know
here,
that. Ola Pando yam is made in America,
Yeah.
Okay.
but it's from our yam. The only
Legit.
that the factory is in the manufacturer
No,
is in
it's
is
not
in
even
US.
real. That
so
one
the
is not
question,
real.
The,
the
the, the,
question
the,
that we
Can I ask
Kenny,
question?
like
I need to ask something. Can I say this real quick? Sorry.
before you go on, take this question along, Odiola. Why are the white people, I'm sorry to use the word white, why are they not consuming more organic food? Why are they consuming more of African food now?
All right. So
what's organic food? The question: what is an organic food?
They have natural food.
no,
What
but
made them?
all
That
right.
less a lot of preservative and the
No,
rest.
but there's pesticide. They use pesticide, insecticide, whatever. They call fertilizer to grow them,
Even
but
in
they're not
Africa,
natural.
even in Africa, you barely eat organic. If you don't know that,
Yeah.
Remy, you barely eat organic in
But
Africa. I'm telling you.
it's still better than the one that they produce from the laboratory.
Okay.
Well, I can
Yeah,
agree with you, but
Can
don't
I
think you're
make
100%
a point?
organic.
let me tell you something about the food in Africa and Simba. And ironically, too, we believe this in 100%, which I don't believe it is true. See, even if you dry gari 100%, if you dry lafu amala 100%, if you put it where there's moisture, there's likelihood that there will be some kind of fungi. So the thing may really go bad, irrespective of how you preserve that, whether in everywhere. Once you are exposed, when there's exposure to moisture, those food will start going bad. And don't forget, when they are shipping this food, if you are not air freighting it, then you'll be going through the sea. Going through the sea may change all those dryness and everything we may have in Africa. So I don't believe that some of this food they are bringing to this place, I don't believe they don't have preservative. At least I'm not sure, but I don't see how they are going to put something
Ola,
on Pacific.
You are
I
right,
know why.
Ola. Can I say
Wait
something?
now, before you say it's right
It
now,
should
let me
have
say
been.
this.
It should have
Ola,
been
wait
me,
now.
though. Okay.
Ola, I am saying this based on my experience. You understand? The food
Yeah,
that,
express it.
yes, the food that I used to take, I've told you people several times on this platform. As it is now, presently, I'm preparing the gari from my own cassava that I'm going to take back after my vacation. You understand? And the gari that I'm going to take is going to last me for my next 1 year.
If you expose it to
It's
moisture for a day, it
it's not.
changes.
Let me tell you, all the only thing you need to do is just basic things. You don't need to forget about moisture. Gari is not hygroscopic that will absorb moisture. It's only when you add water to it. You understand? Cassava flour or yam flour they are not hygroscopic. You know, you did chemistry. You know there are some things that absorb moisture from the atmosphere. You understand? They are not like that. All you need to do is just
It
look for
doesn't
a
need to
seal.
absorb, it doesn't need to condense within that within lithosphere
What
there. It
all
just
you
needs
need,
to
the only way you
condensate.
need to preserve them is you can get a ziplock. You understand? Put them,
Simba,
yes,
sorry, you
seal,
have to distinguish.
put
You have
it
to
in
distinguish
it.
between no, Simba. You have to distinguish between commercial, in a transportation or movement of foodstuff and your own personal, transportation. So listen to
The
what Allah is
people
saying.
that are, let me tell you, the
Listen to what
people
Allah is
that
saying. Not because
the
you're
people.
wrong. You're not wrong, Simba. But again, listen to what Allah is saying. He's talking more on the commercial basis.
Okay.
Yeah,
You people just want to impose that thing and say, okay, they're adding
no,
chemicals.
Simba. Once you put that in on Atlantic, or even if you air freight it, you understand? It's not the same thing like the one you store in your house. You understand? See, let me tell you one thing. Even there are some things that you normally believe that it doesn't exist, right? Some people believe that right cannot poison food air in the Western world. You may be committing a very big mistake. Those are the kind of little things that people think it doesn't happen. So the thing is, I want to believe that they preserve all those food. I want to believe they preserve it. You can't. Have you
I want
tasted
to
the
believe
type of
that the
palm oil
same thing
we
too.
take?
For their commercial viability. I mean, I don't come on. It's because they're coming from the Africans. Listen, and sometimes actually, the Western world would demand that you put certain preservatives
Exactly.
on food product coming into their country because of certain things. They
But
demand it.
I hope
Can
you
I
know
say
that
something?
all these
Okay,
our food,
let me make this
The
point.
quarantine food.
Let me make this point real quick. Let me make
all
this.
these our food.
So I know.
Odiola, you will continue. Simba, what does it mean to quarantine food before you even export from Port in Nigeria? When you quarantine, what does that mean?
Quarantine. What do,
When they
what do,
quarantine,
what what
what does
what
that mean?
what a quarantine means? Let's say if you suspect that certain thing contain have a type of disease. You understand? What you need to do is that so you isolate such a thing for the period of incubation period of such a disease to know whether that disease is going to manifest or not. So that's what they call quarantine. They will put it in an isolated place for that period to know that to be sure that that disease actually present in that thing or not. That is what they call quarantine.
Okay, is that what
You
they
understand?
do in
So
our
human
airport?
being can be quarantined, animals can be quarantined. So
No,
that's
I'm
that's
even
that's
talking
what.
of food for export. I'm talking of food for export. What does that mean to quarantine it in Nigeria?
Did they
I'm
quarantine
just asking.
food?
Yeah, I used to hear that word. I'm just asking.
They don't
Nobody.
usually quarantine
Anybody
food.
that knows, let the
No,
person
he's
speak.
talking about plant quarantine. For example, if you're at the airport, there's some kind of certificate you have to take along if you are exporting or maybe taking some food along. So that is why the plant
Okay,
quarantine.
those are agricultural people. That's what they used to do. That they have to be sure of what you are exporting.
Yes. So they will test a little bit.
Even in the when even if you export even Gary, not the one that you are going to consume, but if you are exporting it in a large scale like the one people are talking about, by the time it get to the country of destination, they will do a lot of check on it, and if they find it not suitable for human consumption, they will not allow it to get into that country.
All right. Can
For
I make
example,
quick?
Simba,
Let
just
let me
recently.
let me add this. This would help us a little bit. So I just look up Ola stuff because basically they must is part of the law that whatever ingredient, whatever you're using on any product, you have to include it at the back of it or in front of it. So let's look at Ola for example. They preserve it. These are the chemicals they use. They use what is called BHT, which is the butylated hydro something. They use that, and they also use sodium bistufilate, whatever that is. They use that in process
No,
dehydrate.
that is sodium bisulfite, not
Well,
bisulfite. It's
yeah,
bisulfite.
they use that. So they use that in preservation of ola stuff, yam, pounded yam, and they also use processed dehydrated yam flour. So don't tell me that they're not using
What do you
any
mean by
chemical.
process? What do you understand by process dehydrated
Oh no,
yam?
they take out water from it when you dehydrate.
So that one is not a preservative now. It's a
Yeah,
dried yam.
yeah, but in order to
Mm.
preserve it, that's what they use. They use BHT and sodium, whatever sulfide that you just said. They use that. So, are you telling me they're not using anything? And you have to understand the Gary that you mentioned. You know, you if you go to African stores
Have
sometimes.
you have you have you have you okay, what we need to do
I think
go
the
and
African
let
shop they
us
have in Canada is
let
different
us
from
get a Gary. Let us get a Gary and see whether because at least most of the Gary now they are packaged and they write their
yeah.
Yeah,
source, the
they
expiring date,
have
and
it on
everything on
them.
it.
Let me look it
Eh?
up. But I know they have it on Gary as well, just like they have it on Pando,
So,
and
so
they
that,
have it on
Yeah.
that
rice,
means
beans. Every single thing has it. I don't know why we're.
so I think probably is the condition given to them to sell that kind of
It's
product in
not
America.
conditioned. In order for you
Who
to preserve
knows? Because
for
you
years,
guys like all of this kind of
you
stuff.
have to use it. For you to
You
preserve food
know,
for
you
years,
know, you
you
know,
have
Riola, there was a time in Nigeria that we wanted to be exporting catfish, dry catfish.
they use
Do
it.
you know why they rejected it initially? They said the carbon content was too high because we are using smoke and everything to dry it. You understand?
Yeah.
So at the time, so what we now did is to now be using oven. You understand? So people are now using the electricity. They are using some kind of other
And now
sort
let
gas,
me ask you a question. Let me ask you.
gas
Based on
to
what you
dry
said,
it.
when you dry fish and you use smoke, yes or no? Isn't chemical already infused in that fish that you just dry smoke? By burning it. You know that by burning, there's different chemicals in when you fire something up. Are you telling me that those things are they not included in that fish already? So you already it's already mixed. It's
You
not
are just
natural.
echoing what I said. They said the carbon content, the carbon, because what you added to it is more of carbon,
Right.
because you use wood and not charcoal and all this. So it's more. So they said the
I was
carbon
just
content
making
was too
I was
high.
just making a point based on where what we are talking about to the fact that every single thing that it could be organic. I was just saying that dry fish is not really organic anymore because it's already mixed. There's already chemical in that thing. That's the point I was trying to make. That a lot of
Hey,
things
if you
that we
if you really if you really want to look at it from that angle, there is nothing organic again.
yeah
Let me
organic.
give for example. You raise that fish, you raise that animal, they get sick, you give them antibiotics, you give them certain multivitamins and all those things. Can you really say they are really organic? Because some of you have
What about the
really
fish that you get directly from sea? They're different from the one that you grow. See, it's
even
different.
the one. Let me even tell you that even
Even
the
it's
one you
not
get,
even
the one
organic
you get
again.
from the sea is already modified.
How?
Okay, I will give you for example. If you look at it this way, now we discovered that there are certain species of animals that have been extinct because the kind of chemicals that we use upland that will wash into our rivers and ocean are actually modified those organisms. And the few ones that are surviving have to on their own deploy a means of survival. So they are not really organic in that sense again. You wash fertilizer into it, you use herbicide, you use insecticide, you use all those things. All those things eventually gets to the water.
So, Simba, quick question. So, how do you feel about agro produce that are labeled as organic in the stores?
They are not really can be. I think they should be putting percentage on the how organic they are.
So, how can
They
that be?
should be
How can
putting percentage.
is itself isn't organic? That means it's not organic at all. Then.
No, I think the problem is they are trying to rationalize the percentage of pesticides, herbicides, because once you start using herbicides to farm, you don't tell me that it's organic, no matter what. I think it's all
You're
a
right.
function of
Exactly.
now.
That's what I was thinking too. You're right.
So
You're
Yeah,
absolutely.
on that
people
note,
eat canola oil now. You know, Nigeria, the people, I'm sure Nigerians like canola oil or those stuff. And people will be talking of they don't want to eat GMO. Are you telling me that canola oil is organic? Can
It's
someone
not
just tell me
natural.
and wake up?
Yes. It's not
yeah,
natural.
and it's it's
So,
prone to inflammation in the body. But anyway, see, I think Simba, you're a farmer, so I'm not going to debate you or argue with you. But I think we have this illusion, especially in the urban areas in Africa and in Nigeria, that we're eating all organic food. No, we're not. Um, Last time and a few other times I've been to Nigeria, I tell you, growing up as a kid, eating just normal food, right? You can taste the flavor and the naturalness, I would say, of food. But in today Lagos, what you get there, okay, the taste of those food, and it's, you can tell that there's something missing. This, I can guarantee you now that most of these farmers or this food produce coming into Lagos and many other from other places, they have so many chemicals and things in them. I know of someone that rears what we call chicken hens, right? And they feed these hens or these chickens antibiotics. So, and but where we come from, we call those things organic. But they feed them so much chemicals. Why? In order to, I don't know, to deworm them or, or prevent worms and call them.
Praise Daddy, there's nothing if you are good, if you are, let's say you are into animal farming, you understand? There's no way you can survive in that industry without using all those things. You understand what I'm saying? In fact, let me even bust your bubble. Two-thirds of the antibiotics manufactured in the whole world are consumed by animals. Are you
Okay,
surprised?
good. No, I'm not surprised. I know that. I know that. I know they're heavily used in the West. But my point here is that we think otherwise when it comes to Africa. That, it's so natural and organic. We don't do this and that. And I'm saying it's not true. I'm saying that we, you know, people have to,
Eh, eh, eh,
protect their
you know,
bottom line.
I, I, I,
And
I I totally agree
and,
with you. And that was why I said if you are talking about organic now, they have to be say, okay, this one is 10% organic, 20% organic, or 30%
Yeah, but
organic.
there's
You,
different
you,
though. There's different
they,
comparing
yes,
to,
there is still different, little
yeah,
different because I,
because
I, I
we
could
can grow
remember
chicken here in two
when I
days.
relocated to Saudi Arabia and I started buying their fruit, I noticed a wide difference in the taste.
No,
In fact,
Simba. What they do is here they will tell you they won't use the word organic. They will say is 5% processed, 10% processed, half percent. They
okay,
will tell you, but they won't use the word organic. They just tell you how
okay.
much they processed it. So because I'm like, you keep using the word organic. I'm like, once you mess with it, it's no longer organic. I don't care how many percentage so.
Even,
I
even,
say,
even,
one second on that
let
note.
me,
1 second on that
okay.
note, BT. In the West, in America, actually, when you go to the store and buy something that says organic, they don't say the percentage. The FDA or the government allows them to put a percentage of non-organic stuff in those kind of produce, or to
No,
grow those
they
things.
actually they
And
allow them
and
to
they
actually
don't
hide.
distinguish. They don't distinguish. It can be up to five
They
and 20%
on some
non-organic stuff in it.
on some items that actually hide some of the ingredients. They are actually allowed to add some of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they hide it or they don't say it, but it's called organic 100%. That's what it is.
Yes, I'm like
So
it's not really organic. It's like if it's organic, don't tell me an apple is organic and it's still on the shelf for like 2 weeks or a month. How?
there you go. There you go.
Or tomato.
Even in Nigeria, where we don't even do all those large scale farming, even in the rural area now, with the level of acidic rain, because the mining activities in Nigeria now, because I think people don't even consider that all those things have
No,
environmental impact. You know,
but I think it's
uh,
just preservation, the way they preserve it. It's more like egg. Egg can last like 2 months as long as you put it in a cool place. Tomatoes can last for 6 months or so or more if you put it in a cooler, which is what the difference is. I don't think it's more about if they had chemical or anything. I mean, the way they
No, no,
grow.
no. You people are just limiting it to chemicals. Let me give you, for example, there are some food that has been genetically modified
Yeah, we know that.
that now makes them to last longer
That's the kind
Yeah.
without
of
even
making
adding
thing. Yeah.
preservative.
That's the kind of making. Yeah.
Without
Once
Yeah.
you
even adding preservative.
so would you call that? Would you still refer to that as organic then?
No, that's not
Okay,
organic. Yeah,
That
that's
is
but
my
not
point.
organic.
do
That
you shop
because
at
so
Old?
That's my
Wait,
point.
You know,
do you
when
shop at Old
something
Store?
when
Wait, let me
something
ask
get
this
bad,
question. Do you shop at
okay.
Old Store? Because when you shop at Old, or
Whole Foods,
what's the Amazon thing? The Old
Whole
Foods,
Foods,
they have
yeah.
organic stuff that maybe not 100%, but closer because they're really like if you eat like their pasta, for example, it's so different from eating like regular pasta. There's so
Okay.
many things. even some of the, and they're way
I'm not
expensive too.
arguing that. What I'm asking is that how much of processing can you still qualify something as being organic? So you know how they will say, "Oh, this meat has been 10% processed," but it's still like so. Once, how give me a number? Is it 10%?
Well,
Is it
let
five
me answer
percent?
that question. Let me
Is it
quickly answer that
20%?
question. The
At
answer
what
to the question is
at
relative.
what
It's
point do
relative.
you say, give me the cutoff mark to say, okay, at this point it's no longer,
Well,
even though we know he's there,
you
but it's no
see,
longer. Yeah,
here's
yeah.
the answer to the question. The answer is relative, and it also depends on the power of the lobbyist. Every year, the
Your
percentage of
Republican
non
friends, right? Your Republican friends, right?
no. Every year, the percentage of non organic stuff that goes into so-called organic food produce is going up, and it's going up because these people are trying to maintain their margins. So the
No,
faster they
you,
become,
Prince
the,
Daddy,
the
I
more.
disagree with that. This is more like a FDA thing. It has something to do with
They,
trying to.
okay, so you give me the
Oh,
number.
oh,
That's what I'm telling you. I realize. Yes, they are
ChatGPT
loving the
said, yeah,
FDA.
95%.
That's what I'm
Oh,
talking
wait,
about.
people lobby. No, you can't lobby institutions like that. It's like
Okay,
standard.
bro.
It's like
No,
ISO.
Okay,
You
guys,
bro.
can you
time
can
out, time
lobby
out.
them.
Are they? Who do you think funds your cardiac society in America? Is the food
Who do you think works
company
there?
now?
Who do you think works there?
So they
Or
have
realize.
influence. They have influence on, when they say balanced diet, what you drink your
Uh-huh.
milk every day. This is all funded by the food industry. It's not the FDA themselves. They're being funded by those
Realize
people.
newsflash. The people when
It's
they
not.
leave the
It should
pharmaceutical
be
world. Hold on,
okay.
hold on.
Are they?
When they leave the
Are they?
pharmaceutical world, they go to FDA and all those government agencies to work. And when they go there, that's what they call internal subversion. You don't know how it works. You gotta learn the
Are
system,
they?
bro.
Watch this documentary on Netflix. It's called "What the Health." What the Health tells you exactly how they influence what you eat. The so-called food blade table. These companies, they tell you, oh, drink a cup of milk a day. That is all funded by them. It's not like the expert don't
Okay,
know
I understand.
what it is.
So I
FDA is
understand the point you're
compromised, bro.
making. So I work with regulations, and you don't. They have a standard. There's that. This is what you have to meet. Now I now understand. Like you can say, like this influence. It's more like you guys that are doctors here. You have influence where some people will lobby you to use some of their products for your patients. But when you're talking about regulators, it's a little bit different. It's the science behind what they put together that, oh, this
Okay.
will be the standard. I don't think people have
Uh,
influence
no. Okay,
on trying
Ariela.
to
Now
tell
listen.
them.
What you're saying is correct, but I'm telling you also, it's not something that happens overnight. The same
I
people that work in the pharmaceutical industry and other areas, they are those people. They are the same people that become employed by these so-called FDAs and government agencies, the EPAs. And when they go in there, they are the ones that change the protocols, the rules on how things work. That's how the system works, man. Don't so
Yeah,
don't say
well,
that.
you're
Oh,
right. I agree with you on that part. That they actually hire their own people to go in and make effects.
yeah,
The put in
but
exactly.
the.
I
I
think that's my point. Unfortunately, those positions are, in my opinion, should be held by medical experts, not political appointees. But
Yeah,
unfortunately, it's all political appointees that have their own agenda, and they are influenced by all these companies. So you still have your
No,
evidence-based
no,
practice. Don't
yeah,
get me wrong.
no, big
yeah,
C.
but they do have.
That's another part of it. See, I'm talking about regular people. They have no political connection. All they have is the influence internally that they move. See, when this pharmaceutical, why do you think the pharmaceutical companies have so much power? Okay, these same people that pumps billions. Do you know, by the way, the pharmaceutical companies, they fund a lot of research in the FDA also. So how come they won't have an influence? Of course they do. And after they spend their time in the pharmaceutical world, they transition because they have so much connection and network in these government agencies. They are hired back into the system. And when they get into the system, now they're working for the big men on the outside. Guys, wake up. This is how the system works.
Yeah,
Okay, so let
but
me.
Prince Daddy, you have to see this before you can make a dent, meaning you can change some standards. It takes a lot of people. This is more like a peer review thing where if I feel that let's change this value to this because of a new
I
research that
do.
we just carried out,
It takes a
I
lot of
dare my
people
brother. I don't
to.
even
Yeah,
finish that
and
statement. No,
and
no, no, no. Hold on. If you watch that What the Health, it tells you right there. This is why I want you to watch that documentary. What you are referring to, my brother, is 30 years ago, where you need multiple sources to approve medication. They are approving medication with one source now. Is that bad? The ordinance normally it's supposed to be like 3 or 4 sources. Then you come together and we agree to it. Those days are over. They can approve a med with just one clinical practice. That's dangerous. Look at COVID vaccines, for God's sake.
Exactly.
Where was the consensus? Is it the
Exactly
point I'm
that point.
making?
Yeah,
They can
but
use one
COVID
trial to approve a drug. Just
but
one trial,
COVID
just like
is
BT said.
outlier. They can't let people like
I'm
buy
just
to look
giving you
at
an
people.
example of what has been going on before COVID.
Wake up to the reality, man. That's what's
One
going on.
clinical trial should not be enough to approve a med. It wasn't that way. Let me put that link for that documentary, please. You should watch
And
that.
by the
You
way,
know where I'm
see,
coming from.
if you just like you said earlier, if they need a number to bolster their position on the matter, guess who produces the numbers? The pharmaceutical companies that do the research. They are the ones that spend millions and billions, and they are the ones that say, "Oh yeah, these are the numbers. It actually
Yeah,
works."
but it's a clinical trial there. They have
Oh
to
yeah,
bring their
right.
results. I
Clinical
understand
trial.
your point.
You can't go
There's
with one.
always going to be manipulation everywhere. I understand it. But at the end of the day, they will still provide us, show us a data that this is why they're making the changes. I
But
understand.
that is not.
That's the easiest part of the job.
But are they?
In today's world,
That is not
giving
scientific
data is
now.
the easiest part of the job. It's super easy to give you data.
No,
Super
it's not
easy.
even that. It's that it wasn't what Adest is talking about is what used to was something like years ago, like 20, 30 years ago, the way it's supposed to be. Where even if I come up with something, it has to be given by somebody else and multiple sources. Now you have the consensus, right? So I get what Adest is coming from. I'm saying that today's world
I
is
do too.
changed.
I do
It's
too.
not,
But
it's not the same thing
you and I talk
anymore.
about the reality of today's world, with the reality of today's present world, how it works. What you're saying is not wrong. It is correct, just like you said 30 years ago. But in today's world, now there's so much. Come on, the game has changed big time.
Okay, let us even go locally. BT, Prince Daddy, and Oriola. I don't think that we have anything organic again in this world. And I'll give you examples. Now, let's use chicken, for example. We have all this local chicken now. They are not even original local again because you have all these genetically modified species that are already crossbreed with them. Even locally, let's say you buy a cockerel, genetically modified cockerel, you are raising it freely in your community. It will go and then crossbreed with all these local chicken. The offspring, are they going to be organic again? They are not going to be organic. If you plant a GMO maize in the midst of
They are going to be hybrid.
Simba,
they are going to be hybrid. So they are
those
not.
one you mentioned are called. You know what America call those one you just mentioned? They call them grass-fed chicken.
So is the food that
Grass-fed
is
chicken.
it only the food that they eat that you now make
Just
them
grammar.
organic? Is it only food, the type of food that you used to feed them that make them organic, or even the entirety of the organism
The
that we are
DNA.
talking about, or the
Yeah.
DNA? So maybe the organic things that people are talking about is maybe they are just okay. This one, the kind of food that they feed them, or the feed they feed them, that is why they call them organic in the first place.
Yeah,
And
I think that's how
if
I'm seeing it.
Oriola, if I plant a GMO maize now, naturally there will be a kind of cross breeding with that GMO seed with the local seed.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No,
Simba,
that's
even this one bring into
What do you say?
no.
conversation.
It's just the growing time. Meaning, if you plant a
Uh,
GMO, it
Ola,
might
you don't
grow.
understand.
Oriola,
Oriola, you don't understand what I'm saying. Let me tell you,
since
that is what we call cross pollination. If I plant a maize now, a bee will come, take the flower, cross pollinate it with another one. And that is why by the time you plant that GMO seed now, the kind of the original one, if you are if you successfully plant another one from it, it can't be like the first one that you planted because of that cross pollination that has taken place.
Wait, I'm not.
Now, Simba,
I didn't
this
really
leads me to a
get
question.
I'm not really
This
getting
leads
it.
me to a question now. Now, are we supposed to get worried about this GMO? Apart from poor, are we supposed to be talking of that poor nation, or the government should be taking strategic position to embrace whatever is going to
They don't even
sustain
have
our
choice. The
country?
poor
Wait,
nation,
why are you putting everything on the government?
Yeah,
What's wrong with our university?
Oriola, wait
What's wrong
now.
with our
Oriola, wait.
university?
Oriola, wait. Even the fear that we have in Africa, the countries that eat those GMO food today, they seem to be healthier than us. They appear to be healthier. They appear to have longer lifespan
We
than
cancer.
no, no,
we
no, no,
eat
no, no,
on
no,
our
no,
Cancer.
food.
no. Ola,
We cancer
is
and
not.
all these
We cannot.
strange diseases.
It's not their longevity is not linked to the kind of food that they live. It's because they have better health sector. That's why they
Life,
survive.
yeah,
You
healthy
see
life.
somebody who has a very a deadly cardiac arrhythmia that's living on pacemaker in Nigeria, such a person would die. You understand? You
Or why
see
you?
somebody that is working on a mansion. So those are the things that make them to survive longer. It's
That is
because of
true.
it's not the food.
Dr. Simba is right on that. It's the
I,
quality of
It's
health
not
and
the
also
food.
along the life of the people.
and also, just because it's organic doesn't make it healthy. By the way, just saying.
Give an
Yeah.
example. Give an example, BT, before you run. Give an example. What do you mean?
Ó kàn sọ
What
náà
are
ni.
you
Ó
asking?
kàn sọ náà ni. Bí ti kàn sọ yẹn náà ni.
No, Simba. Let me. I know that we can waive this
Shut up.
thing. We
Shut
can
up.
waive this thing easily. But the thing is this. We don't have data. We don't have data in Nigeria like all these people. They harness the data properly, so we can really see what is happening. We've not been doing that back in Africa like all these people. So it is difficult to say. But when you now look at generally, when you look at life expectancy, I know that a lot of things is responsible in Africa, like a Boko Haram and all those things. But then yeah, there are cancer, there are all those things. In Nigeria, probably people even have cancer that they don't even diagnose. That they assume
Exactly.
that
Yeah,
I look
but when you
you
look at
know.
it, they have the standard of living is a little bit different because some people. So if I have a bad lung,
Yeah, but the
then
food is part of the
you can
standard of
have
living.
artificial lungs. You can have artificial heart. You can have if you have messed up
And
leg.
guy, it doesn't mean those are not existing in Africa, but the fact that we've not diagnosed it
Yeah,
doesn't
but rich people,
eliminate the
only
fact that it
people,
exists.
only rich people in Africa
Prince
can
Daddy.
get all those things. That's
Prince
what we're
Daddy.
saying. It's
Prince
not.
Daddy.
Yeah.
This is
Is
not.
sugar and flour, are they organic in most cases? Does it make them healthy? All right.
Well,
Let me use my mic. That's for you.
well, I mean, it depends on the kind of sugar, I guess. I mean, if it's
Oh,
super
cut the
refined
like,
sugar
come
or
on. You know
flour.
that's what I'm talking. Don't come on. You know what I'm saying. So don't say because it's organic then it's healthy and start chalking everything up.
Oh no, no,
Never.
everything in moderation is right. Of course, I agree with you. Everything in moderation, but because something is organic, because water is pure and organic, doesn't mean that you can drink water. I mean, so I get your point. Yeah.
Wait, are the water bottles that they sell in US organic? They're not organic, bro. They had
Water bottle.
chemicals to those water.
You know, at this point, even you said we were going to, are you organic? You go at this point,
I
the
know
way
I'm
you're doing.
not.
No, see, that thing is not funny, because if scientists want to prove to you, they will say a human being they've gone through the DNA modification over times, over years rather.
Olama
So
Benigo, sorry, I apologize. We that live in
yeah,
the
go
West,
ahead, Baba.
we that live in the West, can you tell? I know the average person that lives in the West on this platform has about 12 vaccinations in their body. I just got my own tetanus shot, like I got every 10 years. I mean, we get all these. So, by definition, are we really even natural beings? I mean, we've been modified by,
Maybe they
Yeah.
maybe you might be chip in your body that I don't even know now that they're
Hello.
using to monitor you.
Hello.
Well, Adewale has a chip. We know Adewale has a chip in his body for sure. Adewale has a chip.
Conspiracy theory.
They are already doing they're already doing that in Denmark already. So probably in the next few years, everybody's gonna have a chip in their palm or in their body. So it's not a big deal anymore.
Yeah, Elon is doing that right now, though. He already put in like chips in 2 or 3 people's head, anyways. With his new something, he has a company that's putting chips in people's head.
To do what? To do what exactly?
Oh, so it's basically if those paralyzed people that they can't use their hand, or maybe some of their neurons is already faulty, so they can use their brain to communicate.
So do you believe in
see, on that point,
do you believe in neurogeneration?
I mean,
guys,
the result shows that it's
on the
working
issue,
perfectly.
listen, when it
The
comes to
result is good.
electronic biomedicine, it's nothing new now. You guys know that. From the pacemakers to all these other devices in our body, it's always been around for a long time. But the issue now with chips is it's all about control of human beings.